Good morning. How are you doing today? Hope everything's well. I woke up late, so I didn't get anything ready for the day. I think we'll just have an open panel, talk what's on everybody's mind, see how it goes. Guess it helps if I unmute, huh? How you doing, bud? Good to see you. Hope everything's well. Um, Anything on your mind this morning? I woke up late, didn't get a topic ready. Oh, I was thinking about checking out some UFO things. Damn it, you left me. Oh, so it wasn't seafood, huh? It's a flu or something. And now it says you're not in the room. So YouTube is messing with me again. I guess you don't count, Moose. The big I says no. Need to have two people to have one. Well, considering when you first came in, it said there was one person, and then now it's zero. So that's kind of funny. Hey, did you ever find all that GoPro stuff? Hmm. Right on. That's cool. Yeah, I plan on doing a lot more once I get it. Doing a lot more activity filming. Like when I'm out and about or working on something. The life, a day in the life of Dirty Larry. What do you think? Oh, that's cool. Like what we're doing now. You can use a Wi-Fi signal or something. Well, there's been a lot of times I've wanted to, film different projects that I was doing or whatever, but it's really hard when you have just a cell phone and you got to prop the cell phone just right, or you can't StreamYard though. That's funny, huh? Huh. Hmm. Let's see what I can find here. Let's try this. Hmm. I'm looking for some videos I can show. It's three. Oh my god. How's everybody doing today? Hope they're doing well. I'm looking for some videos to show here today. All right. I think I found something. Give me a couple minutes here. I apologize. I'm back. I'm sorry. I had to use the facilities. All right. Well, it says there's nobody here, so I don't know if there is anybody here or not because YouTube's messing with me again. Well, oh wait, I can't do that yet. I have no idea if this video is going to be any good. It looked okay. We'll check it out and go from there. This video is brought to you by Joy Planes. Please like, subscribe, and share. This video is used for entertainment and educational purposes only. Thank you. Wait.
The UFO phenomenon is a controversial topic. Just talking about it makes some people uncomfortable. There are different opinions. Of course, it is not a common thing to see flying saucers in the sky as often as airplanes, but it doesn't mean that if you haven't seen one, they don't exist. The first well-known UFO sighting happened in 1947, except that it was not the first one. But to keep this video simple, let's say it was the first famous case in the United States. Aviator and businessman Kenneth Arnold was piloting his small Kali Air A2 airplane. With weather conditions allowing for maximum visibility, Arnold decided to make a brief detour to Mount Rainier, to see if he could spot a marine transport that had recently crashed, so he could claim the reward of $5,000. As Arnold approached the mountain, he spotted a series of bright flashes in the distance, flying in a long chain. The group of 9 objects appeared to be other aircraft, but the speed at which they were moving around the mountain was too fast, faster than any aircraft known to man. Looking to identify them by the shape, he took a closer look and realized they had no tail, and were a convex shape. He said they moved like saucers skipping on water. In the newspaper report that followed, it was mistakenly stated that the objects were saucer-shaped, hence the term flying saucer. Arnold estimated these UFOs were going at a speed of about 1,200 miles an hour, roughly 1,900 kilometers per hour. Kenneth Arnold was a respected pilot and business owner, with over 9,000 hours of flight experience. During July of the same year that Arnold saw the flying objects, a rancher came across a mysterious 200-yard-long wreckage near an Army airfield in Roswell, New Mexico. According to initial information provided to the Roswell Daily Record by the Roswell Army Airfield, the startling headlines claimed that the military had recovered a flying saucer from a nearby ranch. Overnight, the story changed from a flying saucer to a weather balloon, and over the ensuing years, that explanation morphed into a military high-altitude surveillance program. It's been more than 75 years, and just recently the US government started taking seriously and officially more recent sightings. Or at least that's what they want the public to believe.
Yeah.
After more than 70 years of denying or ignoring these facts, now they are releasing some of the footage, like the famous UFO videos taken by the US Navy pilots. And they have also changed the name to UAP, which now stands for Unidentified Aerial Phenomena. There are thousands of stories out there of regular people that have experienced seeing or even being in contact with beings originating from other worlds. Some of them are not regular people, but expert pilots, skeptics, scientists, and even former government officials with a lifetime of credible reputation. Over the years, ufologists have collected a staggering amount of evidence. Even governments have declassified documents with weird accounts, result of paranormal projects and UFO investigations. In this video, we're not going to talk about what and why the US government is doing that. There are several theories about it, but we are here to talk about the actual technologies that could be involved in all this.
If a scammer gets on your system, they're going to live on there. They'll go through things like your photos, on your browser, your email.
We have explored less than 5% of our own oceans, and know less than a quarter of the species that live there. We don't know much about our own galaxy, and we are just trying to understand how to apply quantum physics. Most scientists state things all the time based on scientific evidence or even theories. But sometimes our science is limited to the tools we have and the understanding and ideas we have. Some won't let go of old belief systems. Just like a religion, science can also become a dogma. For instance, we still believe that everything is made out of particles and not waves at a quantum level. Take the example of galaxies. It wasn't until 1923 that Edwin Hubble measured the distance of the so-called nebulae and discovered that these were in fact other galaxies, thus making the entire scientific community agree on the existence of other galaxies.
All right.
Remember that in 1923 we already had airplanes. But we didn't know that other galaxies existed outside of our own. Some of our scientists still don't agree with new discoveries and evidence, especially when this new evidence implies that other old ideas we have are fundamentally wrong. And sure, there are wrong facts still taught in schools and universities around the world. I'll quote physicist Michio Kaku, quote, "After all, the universe is 13.8 billion years old. How old is science? Is 300 years old." End quote. One of the most mysterious and controversial topics in our current society is the existence of other civilizations like us on other planets. Could this be possible? Specifically, advanced civilizations that can travel to other planets like ours and suddenly appear in our skies as an unidentified flying object, which can have a weird shape, fly in strange patterns, and high speeds not achievable with man-made machines, and even pop in and out of existence. To see how possible this could be, let's consider the size of our galaxy. From one edge to another, it will take about 52,000 light years to cross the Milky Way, that is traveling from one side to another at the speed of light. And the Milky Way might contain about 100 billion planets and stars.
What?
We don't even know for certain how many, but it is an approximate. And that's only one galaxy. To understand and visualize how big 1 billion is, imagine a grain of sand and multiply it by 1 billion. If we pack all these grains of sand, it will occupy roughly 19 cubic meters. Now multiply that by 100, and that way you can now visualize how much 100 billion is, representing all the planets and stars of the Milky Way with each grain of sand. Let's take this a bit further. How many galaxies are there? Well, scientists estimate there can be from 100 to 200 billion galaxies in the observable universe alone. To imagine this, just think about the amount of sand from the previous example, multiplied by 2, and this time each grain of sand is not representing a planet or star, but an entire galaxy. Surely this beautiful tiny blue dot is not the only place where advanced life exists, if we can consider ourselves advanced. That is simply impossible. Life is the norm in the universe, not what we have been told, that we are alone and we are an accident of the universe somehow. In 2018, a new documentary about UFOs came out. It is called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers. This is a story I've heard before. This guy has been telling his story to the public since 1989. He claims to have examined an alien craft that ran on an antimatter reactor powered by element 115. In the documentary, at about 1 hour and 5 minutes, he makes a drawing and explains how this craft works, because he was actually involved in dismantling one craft to reverse engineer it. But he stated that there are many things we are not able to understand yet, specifically about the element 115, and the process one of the components had to undergo to be manufactured, which is an important part of the flying saucer. We also don't understand the actual physics involved in the manipulation of gravity. He said that the projects were compartmentalized, so he or anyone couldn't have all the information needed to understand the whole workings of the craft. The reason he went public is because the technology he saw can change the world for the better, but it has been hidden to the public for many decades. If today we had anti-gravity technology, we wouldn't need to use any kind of fossil fuel for transportation. Electricity would be very cheap or even free. You could have an antimatter generator or anti-gravity generator at home. It would be just like buying another appliance. And if the technology was perfected further, you could take a short duration flight of only minutes to any destination on Earth. The part that gets me thinking about a flying saucer or any other extraterrestrial craft is, how does a machine like this work? And after compiling a lot of information from different sources, including Bob's, this is roughly how a flying saucer might work, taking into consideration that it is only one of the many different types of technologies out there, because other civilizations might use different kinds of propulsion systems, they might use different craft shapes, and so on. This is roughly the way a flying disc would look from outside. We're not exactly sure about the material it is made out of, but it is most likely to be a metallic quasicrystal material. Quasicrystals alloys have interesting characteristics that help with anti-gravity, but that alone won't have the desired propulsion and control over the craft. It needs some other way to move and control its direction. For that, this model has 3 gravity emitters. These can oscillate in different directions to maneuver the craft. On top of each of them, there is a gravity amplifier. In this way, anti-gravitational waves, also called out-of-phase gravitational waves, are produced in the direction the gravity emitter is pointing to. The craft also has some kind of antenna at the top where gravity waves are also emitted to enclose the whole craft into an isolated gravitational field, forming a toroidal shape, although Bob Lazar draws more like a heart shape. Also at the top of the craft, we can find some kind of navigation sensors. In this type of craft we cannot find any wiring, seams, welding spots, bolts, nuts or rivets of any kind. It is unknown the way this is possible, and how such a machine is manufactured. Some of the materials used in this craft are not usually found nearby in our solar system, but they could be synthesized with special machines also not available yet for humans, at least not available for the 99.9% of the population. There's no point on speculating how the energy and gravitational waves are generated, since it is not even understood by our own scientists. It goes beyond our normal capacity of understanding. But as mentioned by Bob Lazar, it uses antimatter. The thing with antimatter is that it's extremely delicate and dangerous to manipulate. To hold antimatter, a special gravitational container is needed. The container will make the antimatter inside it levitate without touching the walls. An extremely small amount of antimatter and matter then is introduced into the reactor, where a large quantity of energy is generated to power the craft. The amount of energy released by antimatter, the size of a grain of rice when it touches regular matter, would be enough to blow up an entire neighborhood. This is only one type of craft, out of the hundreds, if not thousands of types that can be found from civilizations originating in our own galaxy alone. They can have different shapes, be different sizes, and use different technologies. Many of them don't need to be aerodynamic. Forget about that. At this level of technology, the aircraft generates its own electromagnetic and gravitational fields around it. This means that they can also manipulate time and space, which implies traveling to what we perceive as the past and the future, as well as modifying space itself. Some of the craft might look small from the outside, but in the inside they can accommodate a large amount of volume. Naturally, for many people this information would be completely difficult or even impossible to believe. And this will continue to happen as long as the information is not presented in the mainstream media and the governments stop at least some part of this cover-up. You can take this as an entertaining sci-fi video or an entertaining video that talks about a real possibility. But whatever it is you believe, I still thank you for watching this video.
Yes, thank you for watching the video. Please like, subscribe, and share to Joy Plains. Thank you. We have another video queued up here. I believe the author of this video is Area 51 or Context, one or the other, I'm not sure. I apologize. But please the identified, there we go. The identified is the person that showed this video. Please like, subscribe, and share. Let's see what he has to say. This is about Bob Lazar's Area 51 Flying Saucers full documentary. Look at that sky.
I often wonder about the nature of reality, about our relationship to the creative force that forged the particles of our stars and intertwined them with the molecules of our bodies. Who are we? And where are we actually sitting within the architecture of our universe? Are we alone? Or is the answer simply stranger than we can think? My name is Jeremy Corbell. I seek to weaponize your curiosity. And if you're ready to suspend your own prejudice, welcome to the world of extraordinary beliefs.
This week, we've heard the contention of UFO researchers that there's a secret government within our government.
Well, there's several, actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs that are out there of extraterrestrial origin.
Not to burst your bubble, but
Good.
the Earth is not the center of the universe. At least not anymore. You are not the star of your own movie. Humans are not the top of the food chain. And fate is a fantasy. But I can't prove any of this, even if I wanted to.
Yeah.
There is an indefinable, mysterious power that pervades everything. I feel it, though I do not see it. It is this unseen power which makes itself felt. There is an indefinable, mysterious power that pervades everything. I feel it, though I do not see it. It is this unseen power which makes itself felt. There is
So just to let you know, like it says in chat, YouTube's messing with me. I don't know if you're in the room or not in the room. If you'd like to interject, do so at any time. Your point of views, your thoughts, your opinions, your disbeliefs, your beliefs, they're all welcome. Thank you and enjoy.
Reality simply isn't what it used to be. Things are not what they seem. Everything around us is a mental construct. We create our own reality. Breaking that down is hard to do. And once it's done, there ain't no coming back. What happens to people when their fundamental beliefs, the bedrock of their understanding, explodes into a million pieces? When something comes careening from out of the blue, and it messes with everything we know. How do we react? How do we react?
There is an indefinable, mysterious power that pervades everything.
Beliefs are mercurial things. They direct our lives and choices, moment by moment. They're stowaways to the imagination emporium. Harnessed to hunches, polished with proof. They're like clothing we can't afford. They elevate us, yet they're not ours to keep. We discard them when they no longer serve our needs, or we find out they weren't real at all. This story is extraordinary, especially if it's true. And it all started in the desert, just north of Las Vegas.
Area 51, one of the most secretive spots on the planet, is located on the northeast edge of the Nevada test site and is said to be where numerous top-secret weapons systems have been tested over the years.
Welcome back, Michael. Good to see you, bud. Hope everything's well with you today. I woke up late. I didn't get a chance to prepare a topic. So I just picked UFOs this morning, grabbed a video. I've never watched this person, never heard of him. But we'll see what he has to say and we'll go from there. We had a great discussion yesterday and really enjoyed it.
According to some UFO researchers, it's also where the government is test flying alien spacecraft. It sounds pretty far out, but some Las Vegas residents report having seen these flying saucers.
A local scientist who says he worked at Groom Lake and saw the saucers joins us in tonight's interview. He has asked that his identity be shielded. Sir, how do we know you are who you say you are and that you actually have knowledge about what's going on at Groom Lake?
Well, I guess there's no way you could really know. There's really no way I can prove it without revealing my identity and getting myself into more trouble than I have already.
Exactly what's going on up there?
Well, there's several, actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs that are out there of extraterrestrial origin, and they're being test flown and basically just analyzed.
You say there's 9 saucers. How are those tests going?
As far as what?
As far as whether they're successful and that sort of thing.
Oh, well, some of them are 100% intact.
I've heard a lot about Bob Lazar and seen a lot of things, but that's the first time I've heard that there was 9 saucers out there. That's interesting. Has anybody else in the room heard that there was 9 saucers out of Area 51 before? It's my first time.
And operate perfectly. The other ones are being taken apart. I was involved mainly in propulsion and the power source.
Where did we get these saucers? How did they come into the hands of the government?
I haven't the slightest idea, and you have to understand the information is very compartmentalized, and I was only allowed information that pertained particularly to what I was involved in.
But I mean, couldn't our government have made them as opposed to getting them from some alien beings?
Totally impossible. The propulsion system is a gravity propulsion system. The power source is an antimatter reactor. This technology does not exist at all. In fact, one of the reasons that I'm going forward with this information, it's not only a crime against the American people, it's a crime against the scientific community, which I've been part of for some time, or actively trying to duplicate these systems, yet they are in existence now and basically in the hands of the government.
What would happen to you if
I'm going to be going from full screen down, off and on to make sure that I'm not missing anything in chat. I will try to interject. I will try to see all chat messages and respond to them as I see them. I'm getting brain farts over here.
the government learned that you were giving us this information?
Anything could happen. I don't know. It's I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, you said you referred to getting into trouble. Have you had some repercussions already?
Yeah, I've been threatened with being charged with espionage. I've had my life threatened by them, my wife's life threatened by them, and I mean, I don't know where else you can go from there.
Well, we want to thank you for joining us. It's pretty interesting stuff you've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, more news in just a moment.
Now, first we go to Dan Rather in Beijing for a look ahead at the CBS Evening News.
CBS Evening News from China. We'll have extensive coverage of Mikhail Gorbachev.
The live interview with the shadowy dentist drew international attention. Portions were broadcast by radio in 6 European countries and in a nationally televised TV special in Japan. Despite numerous inquiries and feelers, Dennis has remained anonymous until now. His real name is Robert Lazar. He says he was hired to work at an area called S4, which is a few miles south of Groom Lake. At S4, he says, are flying saucers, antimatter reactors, and other working examples of technology that is seemingly beyond human capabilities.
George Knapp, Eyewitness News 8.
You're more than welcome to chime in anytime. Anybody at chat, give your thoughts, feelings, likes, dislikes, beliefs, disbeliefs, whatever your opinion is, they're all welcome. Thank you.
This ranch and your legacy are in peril. You must come.
Good evening, everyone. You're in the right place at the right time, blasting out of the Mojave Desert like a Chirac, blazing across the land, into your town, into your home, slamming into your radio like a supercharged nanoparticle of unobtainium. Greetings to all of you from the boldest, gaudiest, most outrageous city in the world, planetary capital of sun, fun, sin, sex, and secrets, my not-so-humble hometown, Las Vegas, Nevada. You know, there are a lot of people, myself included, who would like to focus on big picture stuff. Who are these visitors? Why are they here? What is the nature of reality? What is their interest in us? Where do they come from? Now, those are the questions that people have been asking about the UFO mystery since the beginning. We're no closer to answering any of them, but Bob got pretty close. Bob got to read these briefing documents that provided those kind of answers. The thing is, when we were covering his story, so much of the effort was in proving that he really was the person he said he was. Is it true? Is it plausible? That really, that was the focus, more than the really important stuff. You have to cover the story of Bob Lazar, and the only way to do that is to talk to Bob. And I don't know if he'll talk to you or not, but you need to try. It's all going to be circumstance for you, is the moment that you approach him, the mood that he's in, what else is going on in his life at the time. You might hit the jackpot and get him at exactly the right time, and the universe is aligned and he's willing to talk about it. But you'd have to be awfully lucky, because in general, Bob doesn't like to talk about it. I think he's very happy in his life. He's happy to have left the UFO stuff behind. He misses his friends. He misses John Lear. He misses Gene Huff, maybe even me to some extent. But he doesn't miss the UFO.
All right. Those saucers are not likely the part of the fake alien invasion event about to unfold. anti-Quotech that have been hiding from us, so that when Christ returns, they will make war with him. Huh. Them are demons which could be cast into the fire. That's an interesting point of view there, bud. If I messed up your paragraph or your writing, I apologize. My vocabulary and eyes and reading skills aren't the best.
UFO topic, and he doesn't miss talking about it because ultimately it's disturbing. These are disturbing issues. They go to the heart of who we are as people, as human beings, the nature of reality itself. Is this a computer simulation? Are we all the product of an alien video game or some multi-dimensional movie, drive-in movie theater production or something? Big questions, disturbing answers. And Bob has never been comfortable in talking about it, never. He reacted by going into a cocoon in a lot of ways. He didn't like it. He doesn't like the attention, and it totally screwed up his life. It's not surprising that even years later, he still is uncomfortable in discussing these things. It's a very disturbing view of reality.
Yeah, the saddest part about it is our government has did to him what they've done to a lot of people. He's crazy, he's a liar, oh, this, that, and the other thing, try to make him look like he knows nothing, he's just crazy, he's just trying to make money or whatever their scenario is. Just kind of like, Michael said earlier, now all of a sudden these alien reports are coming in strong and heavy, and we shot 3 or 4 down today and all that other BS. But it's kind of funny how they don't. You would think if they actually shot down a UFO, we would have all kinds of pictures, films, documentations, reports on these so-called alien aircraft or UFOs or whatever RPs or whatever the hell they want to call them now. They just want us to always be scared of something, so we're not paying attention to what they're doing and all their deceitful acts. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, they definitely deceiving us in more than one way. That's a big 10-4.
Being a young person's guide to UFOs. So wow, this looks old, man.
That's one of the reasons why I picked a video on Bob Lazar. I figured just about everybody's heard about him. I wanted to see different point of views on him and his thoughts. I'd say, pretty close all of a sudden. I'd say 10, maybe 20 years at the most. They've been pushing the alien aspect of things. And it's kind of, if you think about it, really funny, though, how as long as I can remember, there's no such things of UFOs. This person was high. This person was lack of oxygen. One excuse after another on why these things can't be real, or they didn't see them, or what the hell ever their narrative was. Yeah, I honestly think War of the Worlds was a test to see how the public would react and how we could control them, and lots of different things, to see what our reaction would be so that they would know what to do later, like they are now when supposedly the UFO attacks are coming. That's another thing I think that's kind of funny is we have thousands and thousands of years of report of these crafts visiting the Earth, but not one of these stories have ever said they attacked us, they bombed us, they lasered us, they vaporized us. But now all of a sudden, they're attacking us and they're going to destroy us and we need more money. Imagine that. The military needs more money. That's pretty funny.
Hey, what are we talking about anyway?
We'll go through.
My name's Bob Lazar. I'm known for working at a classified base known as S4 out in the Nevada desert near Area 51. And there, we reverse engineered alien spacecraft. And it's changed my life a lot. It's probably changed every aspect of it.
Positive or negative?
Well, for the most part, negative. I mean, it's really difficult to find positive aspects of that. I mean, I'm sure there are some here and there, but most of them were negative.
Would you take it all back and just be Bob the jet car guy and never have done this if you can, or are you glad you had the experience?
Yeah, that's hard to say. I don't know. I think I'd lean towards not, at this point in my life, I'd probably lean towards not saying anything.
What would be your message to a young person now about looking at your story and thinking about the world? What would you say to them?
Just pay attention. Just pay attention. I can't really say much else. The world's a lot different now. The way information is disseminated and the way things are passed around, it's distorted even faster and more now than it used to be. So they've got a rough road ahead if you're trying to cut through the bullshit.
What do you want them to know?
That in the late 1980s, the U.S. government had recovered alien spacecraft, several of them, and the technology in the Nevada desert that they were keeping quiet and analyzing. That's a fact. They don't need my story, but that's all my story was that I was just one of the people working on these craft.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that.
Damn ads. So what do you think, Michael? Do you think the War of the Worlds was a test run and see what the public would do and how they react and all that? I mean, knowing some of the things I know now on different ways they've tried to make us believe, oh, this enemy's doing this. They plowed planes into our buildings. They did this. They did that. Their little narratives. Like I said, I honestly believe that the World of the Wars was a big test. And if you think that that's true, and that was back, I think in the 50s, wasn't it? I honestly don't remember when that, maybe even earlier than that, the radio thing came out and they, people were panicking and all that other stuff. Why am I? That was weird. There it goes again. Why am I going to Wi-Fi? Huh. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Are you saying yes that it was a test there, Michael?
Well, fine. I'll just say everything instead of holding back on anything, and then you can edit it later on.
All right. Well, take it from the top then.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
How you got involved with this program?
I had sent resumes to several national labs. I got a response from a couple of them. I went in for an interview. They had a job in mind. And then they continued questioning me mainly on my interests outside of work. They seemed to be really concerned about.
You'll notice that on the weekends it's usually a little slower as far as chat and stuff goes, just to let you know. I'm glad you're here spending your time with me. I appreciate it, and you should know by now I hope you will interject at any times. Give me your thoughts, your feelings, your beliefs, your disbeliefs. They're all accepted and wanted. Thank you.
About that.
About things like jet cars.
Right. What do you do in your spare time? You say you work on little projects. I said, yeah, I have a particle accelerator in my master bedroom and things of that sort. And some time went by and they called me back in. They said there was a senior staff physicist that was leaving this organization, and they basically interviewed me for that job. I was given a lot of briefings to read on, I believe there were 121 different briefings, and they just sat me in a room and they had while they were going and updating my clearance to a level that they call majestic.
Yeah, it was a radio broadcast.
Deal with flying saucers. What's your reaction?
Well, I was completely shocked. I couldn't believe it, but
yeah,
I was fascinated. I was so excited.
I know it's a really long time ago.
It's a science dream, really. Eventually, I was shown them. One close-up, one operating. They had one of the reactors out of the Crafts, which was an antimatter reactor. I was given a demonstration on how it worked, things that it did, and the physics of it. The thing they were most interested in is duplicating the reactors without using this element 115, which is, of course, impossible. They were trying to, and there have been projects before that, just trying to use a normal nuclear generator.
Morning, Flag. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
Fueled with plutonium, and really a futile attempt.
Some people are sources of gravity. Their certainty and wholeness commands our attention. We are drawn to them by a natural law.
Excuse me. Yes, that's funny. I never heard of that before until recently. Nubs brought that up. I believe it's the first time I heard it. It's kind of funny how they taken these words and make them believe that they mean one thing, but they actually mean another. It's pretty interesting. Just another way of deceiving, controlling. It's pretty sad.
That requires we don't quite understand the mechanism. But the pull is like a tide, a current you can't deny. And eventually,
Call George Knapp.
Calling George Knapp, mobile.
Yeah.
Hey, George.
Hey, man.
What's up, man? How you doing?
All right. What's going on?
This is now 30 years since you initially broke the story of Bob Lazar. So, I mean, the amount of information is overwhelming, and I just want to go over with you some of the details of the case.
Sure.
We're talking about UFOs, alien craft, back engineering, and there's Lazar saying he did all that, and from what I understand, it's spread everywhere.
Yeah, you know, we had the first interview in May of 1989 with him as Dennis, who's not his real identity, not known, not revealed to the audience. And even that, before we know who Bob Lazar was, that sparked a great deal of interest among the public. I spent the 8 months between May and November trying to verify Bob's background to see if we could solidify the case, to see if we...
Really? You just looked it up and it was 80 years ago? It was really that long ago? Holy shit. So like the 30s? That kind of makes more sense. 30s or 40s for as far as the time frame and the radio thing. Wow, I didn't think it was that long ago. I knew it was a long time ago, but 80 years. So you got to think, if they really did, I don't know if they did or didn't. I tend to believe that they did find something in that desert, but if they really did find a spacecraft 80 years ago that had all this advanced technology, I would have to believe they're hiding their knowledge of what they learned from those crafts big time, because that's a long time to reverse engineer an object. A lot of times when I watch, because I've heard the saying before, our military has gotten a lot of our ideas for their weapons and stuff from sci-fi movies. So now every time I watch a sci-fi movie, I wonder and think to myself, I wonder if we really have that kind of spaceship. I wonder if we really have that kind of gun. I wonder if we really have that type of, whatever it is I'm seeing in front of us. It's kind of interesting and scary at the same time.
We could find out if he was telling the truth. And then the plan was to unleash it in November, which is what we did. It was the highest rated news series we've ever done. It was the highest rated news special that ever aired in Las Vegas. And then it really exploded. It went all over the world. Bootleg copies of the tapes were being sold and shown in movie theaters. You had media interest from all over the world. And I think a lot of it was skeptical at the beginning, which of course it would be.
Yeah.
But in the end, every major news organization in the world beat a path to Area 51's door. And tens of thousands of people started showing up out there to see whatever it was that was flying around in the desert. They're still coming all these years later. And I know a lot of my media colleagues have had problems with that story, but they've all covered it, all of them. It put Area 51 on the map. It's now known all over the world. Even though Lazar worked at S4, Area 51 is the term that the public knows. So it was huge. It was huge then, it's huge now.
The mountains appear to float on dry lake beds, like spaceships from another world. They seem to ride on a viscous material channeled through empty space by heat that rises.
So, that's interesting. Like I said, I knew it was a long time ago, but I didn't remember it was that long ago. Do you think we found something out in that desert and we have been reverse engineering this whole time? No excuses. None whatsoever. Be gone with you. I'm playing.
rises and separates. It vitrifies everything it contacts, like a green glass honey. A goddamn psychedelic liquid drowning the emptiness with imagination. This desert is pocked and punctuated by 1,000 gaping holes created in 1,000 atomic blasts that define an era. What are they building in the desert north of Las Vegas? What are they hiding? What are they hiding? Fuck are they hiding?
What is your name and what's your relationship to Bob Lazar?
My name is Mario Santa Cruz, and I met Bob actually in my neighborhood. He lived like one block over. My attraction to Bob was his jet dragster. So I saw this jet dragster sitting out in front of his house in our neighborhood, which was just the jet dragster alone was rare. But in my neighborhood, to see something like that was unbelievable.
People were harassing Bob, threatening him, and you were with him in one of those experiences, at least one.
A couple of times, actually. I actually had a weapon with me, when we rode together, because he had been shot at,
What was the weapon? Was it the Uzi?
Yes.
Yeah. so when
I don't know why I'm being so careful. I'm used to being that way when it comes to talking about Bob, being careful what I say. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a force of habit to kind of just walk on eggshells a little bit. He just wanted to stay alive.
Yeah.
That's why he exposed himself. His life was in chaos. How he pulled out of it, he dug deep. It's a pretty incredible story.
They shot at you. Somebody shot. Maybe as a warning, perhaps.
It was a good warning. I had my back tire shot out on my car as I was getting on the freeway.
Saw the guy.
Yeah.
Is this a secret worth killing to keep? I mean, to the government, would you say?
Obviously. But in fact, the only reason that getting this on tape is insurance.
Well, that's one reason. But I mean, also as an American citizen, you're bothered by that this stuff is going on. And
yeah, I am, but not enough to have, stood here and have it on the record.
Yeah.
Insurance is the true motivation behind this.
4 months old in our little apartment in Florida. And that's me holding him. Very proud mom holding him. We have a beautiful little place in Florida.
Why'd we lose our sound? I think it is working.
One Sunday morning, must have been about 6 o'clock in the morning, everyone is sleeping with this huge bang. Bob had put a jet engine in the bike. At 6 in the morning, he decided to take it out for a trip.
What did you guys think when he said, Mom, Dad, I'm building it?
Scared out of my mind. I didn't know what he was going to do next. Was he going to blow up the house, blow up the world? I don't know.
It's out there,
He's out there.
If he proves his story, let's say, maybe it would cause problems. Maybe it would blow shit up.
More than likely it would. So he's.
Could you imagine that, having a jet engine on the back of a bicycle? That rush, that feel of torque, power, acceleration. I bet you the very first time he had something like that on there, he's like, I gotta do more.
Best of keeping things on the low, down low, really.
But at the same time, he has said there is a way he could prove his story. And
I want him to be happy. If vindication is what he wants, fine. But that's up to him. You believe him or not? It's a fearful thing to think that there's something out there that we don't know anything about. Are they dangerous? Can they hurt us? Will they attack us? You don't want to know, so you don't believe it. You'd rather not believe. There might be other things out there, other things in the universe. There has to be. We can't be all by ourselves. We can't be.
Michigan. Whoever's in the room, you're more than welcome to interject, give your opinions, your thoughts, your agreements, your disagreements, your beliefs, your disbeliefs, whatever it is, it's more than welcome. Thank you.
My name is Joy, and I am Bob's wife. We've been together, it'll be 17 years.
What is it that you think is most misunderstood?
That he really is an honest guy. You know, he doesn't make stuff up.
I guess it's just so big. So the easier thing to do is to point the finger and say liar.
Yeah, that's so sad. That's really sad. That they don't know real Bob.
This particular moment.
How many homes in America today you think fridges are that full? I think the percentage is probably pretty low, and it's just sad.
That define each one of us. We may not know it at the time, but we learn it later. Every action creates a cascade of reactions. Life is a web of events. Actions overlaid by consequence. And woven across the fabric of time. Future determined by past. Past defined by present. Present experienced throughout the lens of personal history. But for some, it's obvious. You can put your finger on it. That definable, indelible moment when everything changed.
I love my job. There's a lot of craftsmanship in the stuff that I do. I really like working with my hands. It's a really unique job. I don't think there's any other job where you get to do this kind of stuff every day. We'll either get a really interesting order coming in, or Bob will get bored and try to come up with a new product, and that's when it gets really fun. So there's another one that he wants to do, like recreate a grand atomic chemistry set, something of that sort. And I think that would be really cool if he ever decides to really hone in on that.
This is the Atomic Energy Lab kit. It's something from the 1950s, a toy, like a chemistry set you get for your kid. It was made by Gilbert.
Chemistry is today a fascinating adventure for youth of all ages. Gilbert has made this exciting science available in safe and easy-to-understand form, made as completely safe as human ingenuity can devise.
Here's one thing you need to do before you buy anything online. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first.
Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online.
It's pretty sad that they used to teach us this kind of stuff, and now it's like, we just want you to be a zombie.
Actually came with radioactive material. You could really conduct atomic energy experiments in it. It was fascinating. And it was billed as the most dangerous toy ever made, and still, in some respects, is still considered that way today. But the thing is, it wasn't. It was just people's fear.
Could you imagine that? a company selling you what they called back then the world's dangerous toy. Of course, they want you to believe that, but give you that information to be able to use it, utilize it, and possibly understand it in some ways. It just shows you how far behind we are now and how they have been keeping all kinds of information from us. Pretty sad.
So here I am, and I'm watching you do your work. When people don't know you, it's so easy for them to just make shit up about you and to dehumanize you. How simple that is to do. The fact that somebody would say you're not a scientist.
I mean, all I've ever done is science-related stuff my entire life. So, I don't know. I guess the point is, do I really care what people I don't know think? And probably to some extent I do. I don't dwell on it. I guess it is easier to discredit someone that you have no information on because you can just say anything about them and there's nothing to refute it. I mean, I feel privileged I got to work in it. So, in some respects, I shouldn't be allowed to complain. I've given the example of transporting a small modern-day portable nuclear reactor back into Victorian times and giving it to the scientists there. Well, back in that time, they didn't even know about radiation. So they'd see a machine making power, kind of like what we're doing, and marvel at it. Wow, it's producing a lot of power. There's no smokestack, there's no coal, there's no fuel. How is this thing working? And they start taking it apart. Well, they'll all die as soon as they get close to the core. People that come in to check on them will all die. And no one knows, nothing touched them. So they're going to think it's haunted or something. There's some evil forces or something in there. But, I mean, who says that can't happen to us? The first time Barry showed me the reactor in operation, here it is on the bench. And he said, try and touch the sphere on top. And you couldn't, your hand was pushed away. Just like, two light poles of a magnet. It's the exact same feeling, but there's no metal involved. And that's shocking. That's really shocking because nothing does that. That's an operating, powerful force field. So just seeing something like that immediately starts that whole chain reaction in your mind going, wow, wait, if you can do this, there can be force fields in tanks. There can be things that lift off the ground. We don't need jet and rocket engines anymore. There's no use for cars. I mean, boom, the whole thing changes. The entire world, the economy, everything would go end on end just if we had an answer to how that machine worked that I was sitting there touching.
The potential for us to re-understand human experience is
right. There's life somewhere else. It's a big deal. It's an important part of human history that we found that out. It was awesome, but fearsome at the same time.
Yeah.
It was being completely fucking scared all day long. It's not exactly the most fun job when you're there. Almost 3 decades later, the fear drops off and you're just left with the amazement and technology that you were exposed to. We have, an artifact here from another civilization. It really changes the way a lot of people think. We're all looking for an answer. Having physical proof is an awful big deal.
I think what a lot of people find really compelling about Bob, he legitimately appears sometimes just perplexed by what he saw. Have you noticed that kind of about him?
Yeah, he was aware that this was weird. He was aware it was weird that they hired him. I mean, he's a smart guy and he thinks outside the box. So in a lot of ways, he might have been just exactly what they needed for a program that seemed to be stalled. But he knew that he wasn't their kind of a guy, that they could have had their pick of any scientists in the world, presumably, to work on this. So it was strange, and it was strange that they started showing him these briefing books with this incredibly sensitive information right off the bat. As soon as he gets there, they start showing him this stuff with alien bodies broken down so you can see their organs and the history of human-alien interaction and all kinds of things that the UFO community had suspected, but no one could prove. And he just thought it was weird that anyone would show him this stuff. He wondered what the heck was going on. I think he was thrilled. You know, part of him was really thrilled to be there and thrilled to see it, even if it turned out to be some kind of a ruse. You know, he knew that something was not quite right about the whole thing, or suspected that anyway.
You were telling people since 1989 that there was some sort of hand scanner. There was like a bone scanner, and you tried to describe it. You said you think it took measurements of the bone. There were these pegs. You put your hand on it.
It's a small plate with some pins on it that you could put between your fingers. There's a bright light above it. The interesting thing is when you walk into the facility, or even to leave, they have a hand reader. I was told that it has to do something where it measures the bright light measures the bones in your finger. They're unique to each person. It sounds like something out of a TV show, but it's exactly the way it is.
Man, I looked for that kind of thing all over the internet, never found anything. And then all of a sudden this article comes out and it says that at the Nellis Range they were talking about the stealth program, there was indeed this hand scanner that was used in these secret programs, and they just admitted or announced it publicly. And there were some photos, and I just was interested. And so
I never thought I'd see one of these again. But I tried to explain this to people so many times, and they either didn't believe me or say, yeah, I'm sure there is. And
I wonder if
there it is.
Show it.
There it is.
It's like a biometric thing for the hands, yeah?
The beginnings of, I mean, it wasn't all that advanced back then, but yeah, that's it. I can't believe you found a picture of this. I really can't. This was the scanner used to get in to S4. And I tried to explain this to people so many times, that there was pins in, you stuck your hand, a light above, and it supposedly measured the length of the bones in your hand that, is unique in each individual. It's exactly how it was. Yeah, that's amazing. It's amazing you came up with these. It's amazing to see this again. Back then, this was the hot take.
What does it feel like when these little things that you said become public and there's this tiny bit of vindication?
It is. There's little.
You see, for me, his reaction to that picture right there, which would tend to make me believe that what he's saying is true, because to me, it seemed like he was genuinely excited to see a picture of what he's been telling people for however long, even if it was a day, which it wasn't. It was a lot longer, but I don't know. I tend to believe that a lot of what he's saying is true. And some of that reason is just because we tried to say he was fucking crazy. That's the irony of it all.
Moments of vindication, little pieces here and there that, little I told you so's, pop up every couple of years or so. But this is a big one. So a lot of people said these didn't exist, and just fanciful thing I came up with. But this is exactly it.
They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
You're dealing with all of these.
Ideas are the most dangerous weapons on the planet. They creep under your
Look
skin.
at that shit.
Dormant, volatile, explosive. They attach to our collective consciousness. And one day,
I
they
love
bubble to the surface to
That would have been fucking so badass. What's funny too is look at how wide those tires are, and they don't They just been now coming out with bikes with tires that wide lately. But could you imagine the exhilaration, the extreme rush you'd feel when you hit the gas of that thing? Oh, that would just be so awesome. Just to have that adrenaline rush from that speed and that force and that torque.
And when detonated, life is never the same again.
Look at that shit.
And we immediately know we're always wrong. We're always fucking wrong.
I did not believe that this should be a security matter. Some of it, sure. But just the concept that there's definite proof. We even have articles from another world, another system. You just can't not tell everyone.
Checking out Lazar's credentials proved to be a difficult task. He says he earned degrees in physics and electronics, but...
Now, I'm going to say this one more time because YouTube does mess with me a lot of times. One, I don't know if there's people actually in the room. Two, they have actually hidden text from me. So if you guys have put your comments, thoughts, emotions, agreements, disagreements, whatever they may be, they're all welcome. But just to let you know that you might have posted it and I can't see it. So if you'd like to come up or keep trying, I'll check YouTube also here in a second to see if anybody said anything, because sometimes it will show in one place but not another. And sometimes I won't see them at all. So just to let you know, I'd appreciate your thoughts and ideas about this video. Once again, please like, subscribe to Identified. That's who this video is brought to you by. Like, subscribe, and share. Almost forgot to share. Thank you.
The schools we contacted say they've never heard of him. He also said he worked as a physicist at Los Alamos National Lab, where he experimented with one of the world's largest particle beam accelerators, a half-mile-long behemoth capable of generating 700 million volts. Los Alamos officials told us they had no records of a Robert Lazar ever working there. They were either mistaken or were lying. A 1982 phone book from the lab lists Lazar right there among the other scientists and technicians. A 1982 clipping from the Los Alamos newspaper profiled Lazar and his interest in jet cars. It, too, mentioned his...
But you got to remember, he never worked there, but yet his name appeared in a phone book as working there. Huh, that's kind of funny how that works.
...employment at the lab as a physicist. We called Los Alamos again. An exasperated official told us he still had no records on Lazar. EG&G, which is where Lazar says he was interviewed for the job at S4, also has no records. It's as if someone has made him disappear.
One thing that people say about your story and your experience is that you were a puppet, a marionette, that you had no control over what was going on at that time, that you were taken advantage, you were compromised, and you're being used as a source of disinformation.
And what evidence to support that?
Right.
And what's the evidence to support those claims? Is that just something to say?
No, I'm just saying that's the kind of...
If you make a statement, you have to have some evidence to say where the statement came from. So you're basing it on emotion,
right?
And fear, and you're afraid that I'm right. Tell me what you've heard that makes this impossible. I'm trying to tell you exactly the way things were. Where is it? Show me the alternate reality that you believe that doesn't lock up with my actual reality. I mean, where are those other facts? Just show me what they are. These facts you grabbed together and painted a different story of my life than I did. I mean, I thought I set the record straight 30 years ago.
Can we ever be made whole if we're not believed? If our life story is challenged by consensus? Most of us are not forced to answer for our past. We could really navigate this moment with reverence for what came before. But Some people are placed under a microscope. Their words, their actions scrutinized and challenged. And then they're told to quiet lies. How much can a man take before he submits to the weight and consequence of distrust? Does he fade back into the shadows that formed him? Or does he lash out to carve his words into your flesh? To carve his words into your flesh.
I don't know, what else can I say? What else can I say? How can I prove anything else?
At the worst case scenario, you lied for a girl or you lied to get a job. What does that mean about your story?
Do you think Los Alamos just hired me out of high school? If you don't think that's possible, then something had to happen in between. I don't understand how everybody gets so caught up in the minutia, because you can debate that stuff forever. We can go back.
So once again, I have no idea how many people are in the room, and also I might not see your posts, so you're more than welcome to join me up on the panel at any time. Give me your thoughts, your emotions, your ideas, your beliefs, your disbeliefs. Any and all are appreciated. Thank you.
Back before MIT, and you can start fighting whether or not and where I lived in high school. That is not going to translate into answering the questions and the things that I've brought into the public eye. That's the important stuff. It almost seems like this is an intentional distraction. You need to pay attention to the bigger picture. If you really want to research all the other stuff, fine, go ahead and do it. But
how could he ever say they're trying to distract us? My goodness. They don't ever do that. Or do they?
You really need to pay attention to what I'm saying, because I have better things to do than come up with this. I'm not interested in doing this. I'm not I don't like being in the public eye. I don't got money for doing this. And quite frankly, I could make up a better lie, but I have no motivation to lie. This hasn't helped me out.
What does that mean for Lazar's story that we can't prove his schooling? In fact,
it was a problem. I mean, I wondered, can we go forward if we can't verify what was going on in his background? The central point for me was, if he worked at Los Alamos, that suggests he had to have an education somewhere. I think he said it to me a couple of times. What do you think? They hired me right out of high school. I looked at people who knew him back then. Jim Taliani, for one, who said that, yeah, Bob went to Caltech back then. I dropped him off. I interviewed another person who also knew Bob then and said that he would drop him off at Caltech, would pick him up from the library, that if he wasn't going to school there, he sure was making a good show of it back then. Would it prove his story about working on flying saucers if he could show he had degrees from Caltech and MIT? No, of course not. It would not prove that he worked on flying saucers. It would just prove that he went to school. The people who despise him and who doubt the story the most, the debunkers, would find something else to bitch about. Bob got into some trouble after he became a worldwide UFO celebrity. He did a typical Bob sort of a thing and got mixed up with some hookers. He was helping them set up a little mini brothel in a neighborhood. And when he told me about it, I thought, oh my gosh, my professional life is flashing before my eyes here. The most high-profile witness and the biggest story I've ever done is now telling me he's involved in this criminal enterprise. And he kind of thought it was funny, but it wasn't funny to me. So I said, you got to stop this stuff. You got to shut this down. I called the cops. I let some people know, look, he made a mistake. It's being shut down. They raided the place, arrested Bob. And in those days, there weren't many people who were ever prosecuted and arrested for pandering. Lazar was. So, parole and probation, they're doing a background investigation, and they're going to make a recommendation to the court what the sentence should be for his crimes. He tells them the same story, where he went to school, where he worked, S4, MIT, Caltech, all that. And they investigated. they were having the same problems that I was having. They couldn't verify a lot of this stuff. If Bob truly was a UFO con man, that was the time to come clean, because parole and probation was ticked off. They thought he was misleading them, and as a result of that, they did recommend that he do hard time, go to prison. He knew it. That was the time for him to come clean, because it was a much better chance that he would not be sent to prison. He didn't. He stuck to his story. He told them the same story that he told me. That went a long way for me in showing that he had been telling the truth, because it was definitely in his own self-interest to fess up at that.
Well, thank you, Michael. At least I know I can see your chat in the chat.
Point, and that's not what he did. He stuck to his guns. Here's the thing. Okay, I can see Bob Lazar pranks the UFO world and the UFO community. I can see him doing something like that. But does he lie to his mom and dad? Does he lie to his wife? Does he lie to all of his close friends and tell them the same story and try to get away with it? You look back on the people who knew him while this was going on, who knew him before he was hired to work out at S4, who knew him during the time he was going back and forth out there, and who stuck by him after this whirlwind of international publicity kind of rained down on his head. Everyone who knew him, everyone who was close to him, supports his story and says he's telling the truth.
You saw something up there that you think might have been.
I really hate to say stuff that I can't put my hands on and say this is absolutely for sure.
Okay, what did you say?
I walked down the hallway at one time while I was working out there, and there were doors. The doors that go to the hangars, the smaller doors from the corridors, have a 9-inch or 12-inch square window with little wires running through it, just about head level. And as I was walking by, I just glanced in and I noticed, at a quick glance, there were two guys in white lab coats facing me towards the door, and they were looking down and talking to something small.
Well, it says there's more people in chat. I just wanted to welcome you in, let you know you're more than welcome to interject at any time. Give your thoughts, emotions, ideas, beliefs, disbeliefs. They're all appreciated. Thank you.
With long arms. Now, I was just surprised as I walked by and I only caught a glimpse, but I don't know what on earth that was.
People say you saw an alien. Did you see an alien at S4, Bob?
I don't think I saw an alien at S4. We're splitting hairs
What?
here. This had to do with a glance through a window that I wasn't supposed to be looking at anyway. And I'm still convinced. I looked in the window, and I think these guys had a doll in a small chair, which was, similar to what was in the craft. And I think they were just looking at dimensions, and they put something in there. And I just took it a glance, and it was just, something tiny sitting in the chair. I don't think there was an alien there posing for them. I think they just had a small character or something, doing measurements or something. Again, we're talking about, like a 400 millisecond glance. So
that, to me, I could have swore I remember him saying in other documentaries, shorts, films, whatever you want to call them, that he did believe it was an alien. Now he's saying he doesn't think it was an alien. It was a doll just for measurement. Facts? Huh. I could be wrong, but it seems to me, like I said, I remember him saying that he did believe he saw aliens there, and I thought it was more than one. I thought it was like 3.
now, how much can you see out of that? I never saw any aliens walking around there. I never heard anybody saying anything about living aliens, so I don't think that was it.
But they did have a nickname for the aliens.
The kids. The kid,
huh?
Oh, look who it is. is, baby. This is the man himself.
Yeah. Is someone else here? Maybe visitors interested in us?
All right, we'll stop the video for a second. Give credit to the person who is giving us this video today. The name of the channel is called Unidentified. Please like, subscribe, and share so we can all look, listen, and possibly learn from his point of views. So thank you. And this video is used for entertainment and educational purposes only.
In our genes and our souls? Maybe we're property, just a goddamn commodity. We're like livestock. Maybe they'd like our condors and cupcakes, the kimono or the top hat, who the fuck knows. Or maybe every single sighting of things in the sky is a product of our collective consciousness. A false hope that humanity desperately needs intervention by external powers. We've always looked to the skies for answers, instead of looking into ourselves.
All right, so at what point, describe the evolution of your knowledge here? I mean, that you realize that this thing that you're working on came out of a flying saucer?
Well, of course, I know that technology doesn't exist at all.
Why?
It doesn't. Take my word for it. It's just technology that doesn't exist yet. I mean, you're talking about that science doesn't even know what gravity is, much less how to produce it or control it. And here is a device that's producing it and controlling it and using it as propulsion. So
you're telling me there's a physics. That was your job. You were working on that.
The science was something we were trying to figure out, but we knew how the devices would operate. You know, for instance, the propulsion of the craft. Everything that we have, whether it's a propeller plane or a jet or a rocket, it throws something out the back, either.
It's hard for me to believe that if this thing that he's describing we've had for 50 whatever years, however long it's been since this supposed thing hit our Earth, and we scooped it up and have been looking at it, testing on it, trying to reverse engineer it, that we haven't figured out how to propel things the same way this suggested craft was. Just something to think about.
They're high-speed exhaust or a large volume of air. It's an action-reaction force. The action is you throw something out the back and it moves you forward. That's how everything works. This is the first time there's a craft it's a reactionless craft. It's a field propulsion craft. And what it does is it creates a distortion in space and time in front of it, where space actually bends. And my analogy to that has always been, put a bowling ball in the middle of your bed, and then a foot in front of it, take your fist and push down on the mattress. The bowling ball will roll towards it. And that's exactly how the craft works. It creates a distortion right in front of it, and the craft falls forward.
So there's a different physics that we're not...
Well, the science that explains how the technology works. I mean, it's all encompassed as one thing, alien technology and science.
What is the big picture? What is the takeaway of your story after you're gone? You're not a rebel kid with a jet car at Los Alamos today. Today's a different Bob Lazar, right?
Right.
What have we learned? What's the message of your story?
The big thing is the suppression of extremely advanced technology and the suppression of unknown science. That's it. Those two things, to me, is the only thing that's important about what was going on out there. Yeah, there's another civilization, and like I've said before, that's a crime not to tell humanity about that. But that's a separate thing.
Meaning that there is something different in science dramatically that we're not allowed to know.
Right. Right.
That is a true statement.
Yeah, that's a true statement.
The fact that there is another intelligent, technologically advanced civilization, we have some of their objects.
That is really the pinnacle. That there's another civilization in existence that's intelligent that we know about. And we actually have artifacts from them that can operate. So, I mean, that's a big, big deal. But in my mind, there's a lot to deal with that. However, the science and the technology can change us dramatically. It can change the way the entire world operates, the economy, everything. So those stick out in my mind as being critically important.
And we have it.
Oh, we have them.
Yeah.
You don't have to believe it, but we do.
And you've seen it.
I've seen it.
And you've touched it.
I've dismantled it.
Wow.
After you're exposed to it, just for a little while, it begins to settle in your mind that these are normal things. Okay, 115 belongs there on the chart, and this flies, and this is how gravity works. Great. Just like someone being from the 1800s being exposed to a car for a few days, he takes it for granted very quickly. The most shocking thing was when I actually got to look inside the disc. The seats in the panel associated with them were very small. They were, perhaps that far off the ground, like something small. Now, if we had made something like that, we wouldn't have made it to fit children. It just led me to believe, with the size of the alien cadavers I saw, the size of the seats inside.
Memory is a mirage and mistress to desire. Shape-shifting and ethereal, she's inherently elusive and malleable.
All are welcome to the chat. Your thoughts, your ideas, your beliefs, your disbeliefs. Any opinions appreciated. Interject at any time. Thank you.
We acknowledge her if it suits our fantasy in the moment. We fear her because she is unpredictable. Can we trust our own memories? What if we can? What if we can? What if we can? Can we return to the scene of the crime to extract hidden details and to see more clearly?
I want to do all
what we
this
thought we
stuff.
saw.
I was told the rhythmic shouting and the constant threats, that's a form of hypnosis.
When did this happen?
Oh, this happened almost immediately.
They started yelling and screaming at you?
Yeah.
Oh, fun place to work.
Well, no, like I said, it was a terrible atmosphere to work in. But when you weigh that with what you're going to be around, and you basically go through anything. Yell at me, go ahead. When can we get back to the flying saucers? So.
You did hypnosis to try to recall details from your employment and from the physics
Right.
of what you learned. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, with Lane Keck.
Okay. And did you recall anything?
Yeah, I did. I mean, specifics, things you might have missed. I basically wanted to try everything I could to prove what I was saying. So this is just another tool.
You were familiar that hypnosis can work?
Yeah.
To recall?
Yeah, and I had it done to me before. So I had proven that, yeah, this really does do something. Let's try and remember some fine details, or...
You wanted to recall some physics that you learned there.
Yeah, I wanted
stuff.
to recall as much as I possibly could. I mean, so much went through my mind. Just imagine all the things you were seeing. And every one is completely fascinating and something you haven't seen before. It's just data overload. So I was hoping that hypnosis would get me relaxed enough where maybe everything was packed so tight together
maybe I could just start thumbing through things and just pick up even a couple little more tidbits could paint a bigger picture, and I could, possibly explain things better, or, possibly locate some of these other guys, or anything, any bit of information. So, yeah, and it was pretty handy.
So you did recall some things technically.
Yeah, technical things, and probably others too.
Damn ads.
More and more hypnosis is accepted. However, there's still a lot of misconceptions about it.
Yeah, I really believe this Bob Lazar believes what he is saying is true, and I'm not trying to imply that it isn't. I tend to believe a lot of what he's saying is true. Some of it I have questions about, but like I was saying, I believe what he's saying is true because of his body actions, his voice, the way he acts and reacts, a lot of different things. You just add them all up. I don't believe that he made the story up to, become rich or famous or any alternative motives. I kind of just feel like he thought that this information should be shared, and for us to deal with that information accordingly, more or less. We'll get back to the video. Any opinions, thoughts, disagreements, agreements are appreciated. Thank you.
Like what? Oh, they think that you go into a trance and the hypnotist does something and you don't remember it, and all of a sudden your life changes. And that's not the case at all. There's no mind control.
Take a nice deep breath. Close your eyes and just think relaxation. Now just think about your head and relax your head.
Now what I want you to do is to get as comfortable as you possibly can. And just relax completely.
All right. I guess we must give the warning. Don't concentrate on this part too much now, because you too might get hypnotized. I'm not trying to imply that there isn't such a thing as hypnotism. I'm just being silly, I guess.
Now double your relaxation and the number 100 will be there. 100. Double your relaxation and the number 99 will come right on in. Bob. From this moment on, you will recall and remember the material that you seek, and no one or nothing, past, present, or future, will stand in your way. Bob. You will remember, because you desire to remember. At one point, he was in hypnosis. I think it was drawing a reactor. He was trying to recall what was in the books. He saw it in the book, and then I told him, well, you'll come up and open your eyes, and you'll be able to draw. And he did, but it didn't mean anything to him. But it was a drawing that he drew this way Oh, no way. But it was this way. And so afterwards, he looked at it, and he came back over and sat down here for a while. And, that's because all I had to do is turn it. So that's the superconscious and literal. The subconscious takes things literal.
Right, like it's like the mind is absorbing all this stuff, and then he discovers what his mind had absorbed. He's remembering.
Yeah, I was writing so fast.
I can't imagine what you were thinking too, because you're discovering with them that kind of shock. What's the truth?
Hypnosis is the best possible tool of getting to the truth. If a person makes things up normally, they can lie under hypnosis just as easily as out of hypnosis. But if they're really trying to get to and retrieve information, then it's the best tool that I know of.
Leonardo da Vinci seems to have encrypted the Great Pyramid of Giza into the Vitruvian Man.
He came in to find out what he didn't know. We were able to go back, overcome the fear, and to bring forth those memories.
According to Lazar, his employer was the United States Navy. He says he and other government employees would gather near EG&G, fly to Groom Lake, and then a very few people would get into a bus with blacked out or no windows and drive to S4.
When you get off the bus, what do you see?
Very interesting building. It's got a slope of probably about 30 degrees, which are hangar doors. And it has textured paint on it, but it looks like sand. It's made to look like the side of the mountain that it's in, whether it's to disguise it from satellite photographs or what.
He says he was never told exactly what he'd be working on, but figured it had something to do with advanced propulsion. On his first day, he was told to read a series of briefings and immediately realized how advanced the propulsion was.
The power source is an antimatter reactor. They run gravity amplifiers. There's actually two parts to the drive mechanism. It's a bizarre technology. There's no physical hookup between any of the systems in there. They use gravity as a wave, using wave guides, almost like microwaves.
Polygrapher Terry Tavernetti runs a corporate security operation and is a former Los Angeles police officer. He put Lazar through 4 tests and concluded there was no attempt to deceive.
And I left there thinking that I feel we do have some credibility to what the subject had to say. And that's when I went to some of my colleagues.
Tavernetti sent the test results to a third polygrapher who agreed the results appeared truthful.
Bob has explained to me multiple times he tried everything in his power to prove his story.
I wanted to feel better for myself. So I said, hey, would you be willing to undergo a polygraph test? He did not hesitate. He said, yes. 4 different tests on 4 different areas of Bob's claims. And he said afterward, there is no attempt to deceive at all. He's telling what he believes to be the truth. I have asked the question many times over the years, how did Bob Lazar know this stuff if he wasn't there? He knew there was a place called S4. I had called Nellis Air Force Base Public Information Office. They confirmed for me there really was a place called S4. Now, there's no news story prior to Bob Lazar about any place called S4. He knew about it. He also knew that EG&G had arranged to hire personnel, that if you were going to get a job out of Groom Lake.
Kind of funny how all this works out. I'll say once again, all is welcome to this broadcast. Your thoughts, your ideas, your beliefs, disbeliefs in this video are appreciated. We'll give a shout out to the person that's given this video, which is from the channel called Unidentified. Please like, subscribe, and share, as always. This video is used for entertainment and educational purposes only. Thank you.
EG&G was the company that you would go through. He knew that there had been investigators at his home for the background check. You remember the guy's name. It was an odd name, Mike Thigpen. And how did he know? How did he know that Mike Thigpen works for a federal agency that does this stuff?
After 30 years, and this guy dodging you, I found Mike Thigpen. That's
amazing.
I couldn't believe it. He's on the East Coast. I called him. I've talked with him multiple times. He won't go on camera because he doesn't want to kind of put a dark shadow upon the work that he did before. But personally,
he conveyed to me that that was his job. That was exactly what he did in Las Vegas in 1989. And in fact, he remembers Bob Lazar.
The most important thing Bob knew is that they were flying something that looks exactly like a flying saucer over Papoose Lake. And they flew them on Wednesday nights. And he took people out there 3 weeks in a row and showed it to them. And at least once, maybe twice, they recorded it on video. That's real. How did Bob know that? There have been no stories about test flights of flying saucers at Papoose Lake. And by the way, that's where it was.
I remember that now. Hey, Erm, how you doing? So, are you saying, Erm, that Bob's still alive? Because just like a lot of things, they'll throw it in our face, but they'll give us enough deceptive information that they hoping we won't see the light in a so to speak way. Is that what you're saying? If I'm wrong, please correct me. And I hope Irma's doing well today. Come on, Erm. Right on. You're not going to answer the question? Damn you, Erm.
Wasn't over Groom Lake, it was over Papoose Lake. We checked out so many details that Bob had told us that turned out to be true. The existence of S4, element 115, really did become an element years later, that Bob had been consulted by the lab which first synthesized man-made element 115. There was a whole long string of things that he knew that checked out.
I love Montana, but I'm doing this for our family.
They will fight you dirty.
Is there any other way?
These milestones along the way, no matter how much we nitpick it apart, no matter how much people don't want to believe it, the evidence that he's telling the truth outweighs the evidence that he's not.
Well, I agree with you. And if I did not believe that, I would not still be working on the story. I would not be publicly defending Bob Lazar.
What was your function of working on this? You were doing what? What was your job?
We were to reverse engineer the power and propulsion system of this craft and see if it can be duplicated with available materials.
I just want to go over with you what it is that you saw, to draw it out for people, to make a sketch. As you're seeing.
So this must be the voice of the man that didn't want his face being showed, that also worked at Area 51 and is one of the few people that admits about Bob being there. I don't remember if I've ever heard this documentation before of this recording.
As if you're there at that moment. Kind of go back in the past.
It's the thing I termed the sport model. Underneath this floor, there are three large cylindrical devices. These are on mounts that allow them to completely swivel up to 180 degrees and in 360 degree rotation. Directly above each one is a small rectangular object. This is on the floor above. And these are the gravity amplifiers themselves. Looking down from the top you'd have the center. In the very center, there's a small reactor. Surrounding this, in 3 equally spaced areas, are the amplifiers. So this is looking at it sideways, this is looking at it down from the top. And under these amplifiers, underneath, on the floor below, are the gravity emitters. So it's the reactor here, powering the gravity amplifiers. Gravity amplifiers output goes into the gravity emitters at the bottom, and the resulting gravity beam or anti-gravity wave can be pretty much put anywhere you want to.
Ever heard of TR38, or is that a B? My eyes are playing tricks on me. No, I haven't heard of it. What is it? What's it do? Where'd it come from? Enlighten us. Show us the path of enlightenment. TR38, or is that a B? I can't tell. Looks like a B. Yeah, it's kind of funny how this tidbit of information comes out of all kinds of different places. All right, we'll get back to the video for now.
There was another level up here. Now I had access and was permitted to view and look at the operation of this main level.
Morning, Nubs. Good to see you. Walk. Good to see you. We're watching a video on the old Bob Lazar this morning. I woke up kind of late. Didn't have a format ready, so I just kind of grabbed this off the internet real quick. This video is brought to you by Identified. Please like, subscribe, and share. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be watching this video. I hope everyone's doing well today. Yeah, it's cool.
With the gravity amplifiers and the level below, the gravity emitters. There is a level above which consisted of these 2 areas that I'm not all that familiar with. I assume these to be some sort of navigational engine. People call these large black rectangular areas on the top portholes. I believe they were some planar sensor array that just took in information from the surrounding area, whether it be patterns of stars or what have you. And there was their version of a computer or something to make determinations here that takes input from those sensors and then let the craft know how to orient itself and where it was.
Yeah, we got about a half hour left of this video. We'll finish this one and then we'll check out the one you posted. Unless the chat leads us down a different path. But thank you for that.
In space. So that's what I assumed to be up there. I don't know for a fact. Again, that was not part of my job and I was only led to believe that. The center antenna is really an extension of the reactor in the center. And that's a waveguide, which allows the emission of the gravity wave, which forms kind of a heart shape over the whole craft. That's how it creates its distortion. These gravity emitters can be swung all the way up to 180 degrees. And this allows the craft to essentially stand on two of them and hover, while this one swings up and creates a distortion in front of it, allowing the craft to slide forward. So that's how their low power mode, Omicron configuration operate. The Delta configuration uses all three, and unlike science fiction movies where you see flying saucers just flying along like that, they actually fly belly first. The craft flies along, leaves the atmosphere of the planet. It turns its belly to the destination. The three amplifiers focus in on the destination, and that's how it proceeds. So that's basically the operation of it and overall how things were laid out inside the craft.
This is an alien spacecraft.
Right, obviously.
Oh, okay. That's a good
So
size
it's a
fish in
big
that
journal.
thing.
Is that your particle accelerator you had?
Yeah.
The guy that promised not to say anything. I won't say anything about the UFOs.
The article is titled
UFO guy in Spotlight. Thanks, dude.
Isn't that when, after this came in there, then the fire department, police, the zoning commission, everybody descended on our
Yeah,
house?
I wanted to know. Here's lab supplier in controversy.
I don't think it's that.
So originally, the thing was supposed to be about what? What did the guy say? The article.
The
was?
hydrogen car, I think.
Well, the
was, or
raid.
business.
It was about the raid.
This
Yeah,
one?
that's why lab supplier and controversy.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
the raid in New Mexico. And the guy called. You know, he said, "Hey, I heard about the raid and all that. Can I
Right.
come and, you know, do that?" And then he says, "Are you Bob Lazar, the guy, Area 51 guy?" I said, "Yeah, but I don't want to get into that. This is something more important." He said, "Oh yeah, we don't even mention it. No problem."
Literally, your house was taken over by a SWAT team.
Yeah.
Yes. Don't just send a letter in the mail or call us.
Right.
Have the whole SWAT team and invite themselves to our home.
Hidden things are the most seductive. Secrets reach deep into our desire. They titillate.
Could you imagine that? Just sitting at home watching TV or eating dinner or whatever, and all of a sudden fucking SWAT swarms upon your house, breaks down your door with fucking machine guns and whatever, the fucking body armor and all that shit.
They can torment us like a ticking clock or a distant alarm with no origin. They agitate us and force us to react. They endanger our complacency. There is a missing element to your faith, but that's the nature of faith. That there is something out there that offers the promise of salvation.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Yeah.
At the tone, please record your message.
If anybody's got any videos or links of any kind, confirming, denying all of what we're seeing today, it's more appreciated. We will check it out after this one's done and go from there. Thank you.
Hey, Jeremy, it's Bob Lazar. Listen, I have something to ask you. Something's really come up that's important. If you would text me and let me know when is a good time to call you. I don't want you to call me. I just need to run something by you. Okay, thanks. Bye.
All right, so the only record of this is going to be on the audio on this one file, and then this video clip. I'm not going to cut it. I'm going to let it run.
Understood.
Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to encrypt it, and I'm going to put both of those two files into an encrypted thing to not be touched unless we decide it should be touched.
That's fine.
Okay. It'll be on 2 drives, but those 2 files will both be in an encrypted folder. So here's the deal. Did you ever get a piece of Element 115 out of Los Alamos?
I don't know how much monitoring they do with me. I'm sure it's virtually none after all this time.
Hold on
the
one
same
second.
thing.
Hold on one second. Let me. Do you have your phone on you?
Yes.
Let's at this point take our phone. Let me just throw them. Let me put them in the ground over there. I'll turn mine off.
I mean, maybe this has been kept from us for a good reason. A lot of people agreed to keep this secret. So, first of all, who am I to upset it? And second of all, who am I to outthink these guys? Maybe they went over all these scenarios already and they know how fucked up everything will be. So there's no guarantee that this revelation is going to make everything great. There's just as much chance it's going to make everything terrible, and I'll be to blame for that.
No way. Don't tell me they were listening. Wow, what a conspiracy theories. Damn people. It just goes to show you.
They identified themselves as FBI, and they said, "You're Bob Lazar, right?" And then, one of them got on the radio saying, "Yeah, he's here." Apparently, they also had my house staked out, and they were deciding whether or not to go there. The conveyor belt of vehicles and agents and police did not stop. The whole thing was like a Twilight Zone episode. They came in and then they said, "There'll be a few other people coming here. Just got a couple questions to ask you." In a short time, the street filled up with vehicles and the building completely filled with agents. It was really something else.
Did they identify themselves initially as?
Yeah, it was FBI, identified themselves, then came in state police and a few other agencies. I don't remember who, but there were a lot. Awful lot. Standing room only in the building. It was crazy.
Yeah, they had like a forensic truck. They had a bunch of different agents. They gridded off the building. I mean, obviously they're looking for something.
Yeah. And what they said, they were looking for some paperwork and all.
Too bad there isn't any pictures or videos, anything of when that happened. But then again, all these camera phones were few and far between back then.
Old order from 2 years ago about a customer that, ordered some potentially toxic material, which they could have called for, but this was certainly way over the top. I looked up to select the right key, and they were right beside me. It was quite surprising, considering you could see all around here, and there would generally have to be a vehicle or something. But I just pulled up, got out, picked the key, and then they started talking from behind me. I thought that was really strange. It got much stranger as the day went on.
What got stranger about it?
Well, just the sheer amount of people that came. Agency after agency. I mean, they had computer experts here going through, all the computer equipment we had here. They had people sectioning off the building, labeling it in cubic meters so they can search each one. What they were looking for was just an order form. So, very strange.
You've been raided 2 times?
Twice. By more agencies than I can really recall.
Yeah, I've seen a few things about Neil. He's kind of funny. He's definitely portraying one thing when being another, I also believe.
Oh, the FDA, the NRC, the FBI, but they usually come in mass, and it's hard to pick out who's who.
So this is beryllium?
Yeah.
And what is it used for again?
It's used in aerospace. Very lightweight.
You're too mature. I gotta put this up. Neil deGrasse deGrasse is a well-spoken mouth breather. I like it. I like it.
Quite strong and high temperature metal.
Do you think that you were shaken down to some degree? You're being fucked with?
I don't think they're just fucking with me. I'm convinced there's ulterior motives. I firmly suspect that there's a lot more to it than they're saying, that they're looking for something else.
What they're supposed to do is tie you up, put you in the middle of the room, have everyone watching you so that you can't, collaborate a story or, try to trick them or whatnot. So they just kept us all in separate rooms. There's bomb squad, computer squad. I think they have like a biological hazard squad, hazmat squad. Everything made the full gamut because they had no idea what we had in our shop or like what we're capable of, or are we going to retaliate or anything like that. So it was pretty much like the full Michigan FBI. I mean, they had the van, they had multiple cars lined up, so.
I mean, in looking at Bob's life, there's always the suspicion that there's something more going on shaking him down because he had that experience before.
Yeah, so this is the second time that I know of that he's gotten raided. So he's always had like.
So it's all the cat's fault, Nubs, and you're sticking to it. No lifelines needed, bud. Is that what you're trying to imply over here? All that damn cat fault. Those damn cats. Mischievous creatures they are.
This kind of knowledge that there's somebody watching. No matter what he does, there's always somebody watching you. And it does have to be related to the Area 51 stuff and all that. They kind of put him on a list. I think they do like toying with him and keeping an eye on him. But I don't believe that it's like they're opening up a 30-year-old file and they're like, all right, we're going to crack down on the Bob story. We're going to find out what he has, what information he's got. I don't think that they're necessarily doing that. But I do think that there's like a culture maybe within these agencies of they know who this guy is and they'll have, they'll look for any reason that they can to kind of, poke him with some thorns and make sure that he knows, who's watching him. I believe that. It's too coincidental for it all to be just, just some luck of the draw, basically. Like there's something going on.
Everybody knows the story is that you got some element 115.
It's from what I understand. I think it's kind of funny how most people believe, in the lack of better words, there's no such thing as a coincidence, but all these coincidences keep happening.
Out of Los Alamos. That's public knowledge. Something you said a while back. Do you think that what happened had to do with that?
We're not going there.
Are they trying to shake you down to find the 115 that you said 30 years ago that you got out of the lab? People are going to ask that. Yeah. So let's just address that. If you feel comfortable addressing it.
No.
Do you not feel comfortable with.
So, what do you mean by Nubs? Half snake, half lion, modern day house? I'm not comprehending that. I've never heard that. I would like to learn more about that. I'm a poet and don't know it.
Addressing that.
No, I don't feel comfortable addressing. You would think after 30 years, who cares what I have to say?
Nevada.
I'm more convinced than ever that the key to the story is element 115. If you could get to that piece and have it independently analyzed, I think it would prove beyond all question that it came from somewhere else. We didn't make it. And it would go a long way toward establishing the story that was told by Bob Lazar as truth. So I think about that a lot. I think about the cloud chamber experiment. I get a lot of emails from people who say, oh, God.
Welcome, Sly. How are you doing today? Yep, cats are sneaky snakes. See, my son told me that a long time ago, that a cat is a snake or part of a snake or something like that. He pointed out the eyes, how they look like a snake, and a couple different things.
Where's this video? You owe it to the world to show this video. Cough it up. And I tell them, look, I've looked for it. I've got all these boxes of crap and stuff and tape and news clippings, and I've looked for it, and I can't find it. But when somebody like you comes and talks to me about the Bob Lazar story, it gets the juices flowing again. You know, I can't help it.
So, how much are these water bottles going for, Nubs, that you're trying to get rid of to Sly for? Well, yeah, I went in and looked at, checked them out for a little bit before I started the stream. Yeah, Sly says she's not thirsty yet. Oh, you too. I love it. Been trying to get the price since yesterday. Oh, for the water bottle? Yeah, you know. Nubs only gives us a certain amount of information. Wants to always leave us on that edge.
But I'm human, and right now I want to go find that tape.
This will be a simple op. On my mark, 3, 2, 1. This is not good.
You only get to know the price when you're in there to get it, huh? What a concept.
I went through every tape that Bob had in his personal home archive, and one of those tapes on the outside, in tiny, tiny little scribble, said cloud chamber. And lo and behold, there's about just less than a minute of that cloud chamber test on tape. I have it.
People have been so pissed at me over the years that I can't find that tape, or they think I'm hiding it on purpose, but I've looked everywhere for it, and if you found it, that's awesome.
I did. Now here's the deal. In typical, Bob Lazar fashion, there's only about a minute of it. However, after all these years, 30 years, we have some footage of it, but it doesn't prove shit because it's recorded.
I was there the night that they did the cloud chamber test. I couldn't tell you what it was. I didn't know what a cloud chamber was. This beam of light was bent, and it was bent because they had element 115 in as part of the experiment. I said, well, that's pretty important. That would be huge to include in the story.
I spent time trying to understand why everybody was saying this 115 being stabilized is pseudoscience. So I called some of the top heavy element physicists on the planet, from Russia to up in San Francisco.
Yeah, isn't light only supposed to be able to go straight? It isn't supposed to be able to bend? I could be wrong, but I thought that's what I remember.
To Washington, D.C., and I spoke with, about 8 or 9, but 3 in particular who would really talk to me in depth about it. All of them, across the board, said you cannot rule out a stabilized version of element 115. In fact, that we believe it is theorized that in the island of stability that it would and could and probably does exist. So their way of saying it is we can't rule it out. So all these people saying that is pseudoscience, what Bob said about element 115, I wanted to find out, is it pseudoscience? And definitively, we cannot rule out a stabilized form of element 115. I'm sorry, it is not pseudoscience. And after doing this research, that argument no longer holds water.
Makes perfect sense that it could be stable, and scientists have said it for a long time. So of course you can't rule it out. Again, if you want to disbelieve Bob, if you want to cross him off the list and say he's a fraud, then your research goes 1 inch deep and you say element 115 as he described it can't exist, and then move on. If you want to be honest about it and dig further into it and understand it, then you're going to find out that, in fact, what Bob says does make sense. It can be true.
Element 115 was what we would call the fuel, what provided the power for the reactor to work.
What happens with gravity and 115?
Element 115 affects gravity. Element 115 produces its own gravitational energy. It had a very specific manufacturing technique. I don't really know how that information came to be. Its code name was LA 1000. That's what it was referred to off-site. Its purpose was supposed to be, again, this is just a code and deception, was supposed to be an advanced armor. So it's an unusual material, so now we can take it to a national lab. This is LA 1000 classified material. It's a very advanced armor that takes care of all weird questions. So, you immediately start operating on lies. This fuel is in the form of just a 3-dimensional thin triangle, little rounded edges. It's somewhat copper in color. That
How could he ever insinuate that our government would lie to us? Such deception. I've never. Some people. All right. So you just throw some of this 115 up in the atmosphere and bang, your anti-gravity ship is good to go, huh? Are you letting out top secret info again, Erm? You know what happens to people that let out secrets. You better have your things, your belongings in order, because you never know what could happen.
reddish brownish. The way this is manufactured is really critical. It's not just cut out of a heavy sheet of material. A cylinder of this material is taken. This is machined into a cone. So this is, the outer part is shaved off using a lathe or something like that until you have a three-dimensional cone. Once you have the cone, it's sliced like this. And these slices become that. Now, even this starting piece, a solid cylinder, is not even a solid cylinder. It consists of many discs stacked up. And these are fused together to produce that. And all of these steps are necessary to produce a successful triangle that brings fuel. So actually, you know, if you were to look at how this came to be, this would actually be pieces of all these discs that were cut at unusual angles. Now, apparently, if you don't do all this, that doesn't work. So, unfortunately, that's the extent of my knowledge on this. This makes no sense anywhere, but that's what it takes for it to operate. Now, with the alien technology that was present in the craft, it takes that basis, that extra gravitational energy in a small reactor, amplifies it through the equipment there, directs it through the waveguides and archways into the emitters, and allows it to propel the craft and manipulate the gravity wave for whatever use they want.
How can this be true? I don't believe a word of this. Do you expect people to believe it?
No, I'm not going to change anyone's mind. That's not my intention. I'm just relaying the experience, the job that I went through. It is a fantastic thing. It's a fantastic story.
But it's true.
It's true. These crafts came from another, not just another planet, another solar system entirely, extremely far away, and they're here.
I mean, I've been making fireworks since I was 12, and professional fireworks for at least 20 years. Fireworks are just fun. They're artistic. It's like painting the sky. Controlling a large amount of energy has always been impressive.
Since the New York Times story broke, since Lou Elizondo came forward and said those videos went public, the world is now talking about UFOs in a more serious vein. I think that's a good thing, and I think it reflects positively on Bob Lazar's story, and I hope that the world will take another look at it.
Thus, the jet bike, the jet car.
Yeah, to take, you know, a large amount of energy, which would normally be thought to be out of control, to take that and harness it and have it do what you want has always been impressive to me.
The easy way out is to say he's a liar, he's making it up. It's hard to go ahead and accept the possibility that he's telling the truth. But if I did not believe it, if I thought for a moment that he was lying about it, I'd be done with it. I wouldn't still be supporting it 30 years later.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce
Your life has been under a microscope. Every word you said for 30 years recorded has been under a microscope, and that's affected you.
Yeah, of course it has. It affects anybody.
How has it affected you?
In the way I talk and how much I do. I'd rather not, you know, in a public forum, I'd rather just not say anything.
Why do you think people are so obsessed with every word that you say about your experiences, you know, working
They're
at
just
Epsilon?
looking for a way to look for an inaccuracy and to be able to discount the whole thing. Oh, he said this one time and said it slightly different this time. You know, obviously he's making it up. No, that's just the first word that entered my mind. You know, I don't put that much thought into it when I'm saying it. Look, as much as a lot of people hate it, this stuff really happened. I mean, if it bothers you, that's too bad.
I think that's just hard for people to accept. I mean, so...
Yeah, it would be... Look, I fully understand. I would feel the same way. I'm not sure I would believe my story. Boy, there's not enough evidence, you know, but I couldn't discount it either.
The fact is, the people that know him best believe him the most. I hope that one thing that comes across in your film is the real Bob. Once you get to know him, it becomes much more plausible as a story. He's not lying to his mom and his wife and all his friends. He's not lying to the UFO world either.
You saw alien ships.
Yeah.
You worked on a gravity wave amplification system trying to figure it out.
Right, a propulsion system and a power source that's completely unknown to mankind.
And there's no way human beings could have made it.
There's no way human beings could have made it under any circumstances, in any country, anywhere, period.
And for 30 years, you are telling us the truth.
You bet.
This shit happened.
You got it.
You know, the fact is that raid that happened in Michigan, that's a very dramatic and very important development. They weren't there looking for records about some customer he had a couple of years ago. They were looking for 115. When you bring 24 agents and investigators and crime lab analysis, and you can bring people to duplicate the whole computers and all that stuff, they're looking for something else. Sure as hell are not looking for a minor receipt. People may not believe that 115 is real, but somebody does, because that's what they came to look for. You know, if you want to cross it off and you don't want to believe it, fine. I don't care anymore whether people believe it or not. But Bob's telling the truth. And once you realize that, it changes everything for you. It changed everything for me.
To crack a life open, and it seems to dissect and examine its content is unnerving.
Yeah, but for me, the most part is I also believe what he's saying is probably true. I'm trying to pick the right words here. But the biggest thing for me is, okay, if this is true, what he's saying, and they've had this thing for 50 years or however long, and we've been reverse engineering it and knew this knowledge back in the 80s about this 115 or whatever, you know, how to make this anti-gravity machine. You got to think that there's a lot more advanced equipment out there than they're letting us think of, you know, that they have. I would tend to think. We got a couple more minutes left on this video. If there's anybody has any other videos or thoughts, ideas, agreements, disagreements, they're all appreciated. Thank you. And one more time, we're getting this video from Unidentified. Please like, subscribe, and share. And thank them for letting us watch this video today for entertainment and educational purposes only. Thank you.
Like the reading of omens by viewing the entrails. We all tell our own stories. Sometimes we even believe them. And sometimes we tell them one last time. If you don't believe it, that's your problem. That's your problem.
Yeah.
But you do it, that is up to you.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I am telling the truth. I've tried to prove that what's going on up there could be the most important event in history. You're talking about contact, physical contact and proof from another system, another planet, another intelligence. That's got to be the biggest event in history, period.
And it's real.
And it's real and it's there. And I had an extremely small part in it, but I'm convinced that what I saw is absolute proof of that. There is no way we could have created those systems. There's no way we could have made the discs, the power supplies, anything to go with.
Lazar says he has no intention of going on any UFO lecture circuit. He's not looking to do any additional interviews. In fact, he wasn't too crazy about doing this one. He did it after certain unfavorable things started happening in his life, and he did it because he feels that whoever is running the show up at S4 is perpetrating a fraud on the American people and on the scientific community. We intend to have much more about this story, about the operation up there on Monday and beyond. This is by no means the end of this series of reports. In fact, on Monday, including in our story there, support testimony from other people who say they have knowledge of the flying discs at the test site, and information from people who know Lazar very well and insist his story is true.
If indeed they have these flying saucers, George, it seems like it'd be really hard to keep it so secret.
Well, yeah, it would seem that way, except for as Lazar asked his superiors up there, they say it's the easiest secret in the world to keep. It's leaked out many times before and nobody believes it.
But what's the Navy saying about all of this?
Well, of course, the Navy is supposed to have been his employer, and we have put some fairly pointed questions to them. Of course, number one, it may not be the Navy at all. Information is so compartmentalized up there, no one's exactly sure who is in charge. We have put the questions to several Navy departments. The answers thus far have been unsatisfactory. We've applied for more information through the Freedom of Information Act, and that information will be revealed on Monday as well.
You believe his story, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I've got to know him pretty well over the last couple of months, and I believe he's telling the truth.
Fascinating stuff.
Thanks, George.
Well, I thought whoever put that video together did a pretty good job piecing it together. Had some definitely things to think about, ponder about, go from there. Now, I had something I was thinking about as that end of that video was showing. We've all kind of agreed that long time ago we had knowledge that got lost somewhere amongst either the disasters of the earth, so on and so forth. But I'm kind of wondering if these crafts, being whatever you want to call them, are those people that left the earth because of the cataclysms of what was happening, and if they're coming back to see how we're plugging along, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's way out thinking. Huh. Yeah, I didn't know that, Erm. Thank you. Yeah, I love it. Yes, and I am trying to, well, there we go. I am improving my vocabulary. As you notice, I just caught what I did. And also learning every day to improve one way or another. And I appreciate your time, your wisdom Obi-Wan. You'll try crossing beta wings instead of the anti-gravity thing, huh? You think that'd be a little easier? You never know. It's E loud now. All right, is that better? Yeah, it looks better. So what's on your agenda today, Dubs? Hey, I wanted to let you know I got that solar thing project I was working on done and working awesome. So I should save myself some money now because I've got that working. I have another video up we could watch. It's called The Black Knight Satellite Beyond the Signal, official trailer by Billy Carson. I have not a clue who this person is. I just kind of found it real quick. It was suggested from that last video. I figured I'd click on it and we could go from there. Recovering? What happened? I thought you were like Gorilla Man or something. Never ending energy. Haha, you know I have to give you shit. Yeah, you definitely guys got a little bit of snow there, that's for sure. We were supposed to, I'm not sure if we still are or not, but supposed to get some, from what I understand, some type of ice age event where I live. I didn't hear anything about it or see anything about it, but a couple of other people were telling me it was supposed to happen. Yeah, I understand that. It's easier to deal with when it's snow than when it turns into water, definitely. Especially because the drainage system in most cities and states aren't very efficient to begin with, and then they get clogged up full of garbage. So yeah, long day, huh? I bet. You're gonna have to get that woman of yours, to get the baby oil out, or some kind of herbal thing, and massage into you and heal those bones, and those muscles and tissues and all those vital organs. See, even I know some big words. Ha ha. Uh-oh, now I'm in trouble. How you doing, man?
What's up, man?
Just
That whole
got-
baby oil thing, that sounds great and all. Doesn't work. Doesn't work that way. Unfortunately.
That's why I was saying, or some other herbal concoction I'm sure you know of. That was just one thing I know have done and used, and it feels good, but it doesn't last very long for one thing, and depending on who does it could make things worse too.
My girlfriend is a wonderful lady. She's an awesome person. I can't speak enough good about her, except when it comes to the ability to give back rubs. It's a talent. And it's a talent that she is developing
Yeah, you're
slowly.
roboting.
However, she is smart. She was smart. Instead of giving me back rubs, she bought me one of those massage guns. That works, but almost.
Yeah. It does a better job, is what you're saying, but still not sufficient.
Yeah, I need to find. I need to go to a chiropractor. Is what I need to do.
Wok says you need a full body Talcott massage.
Yeah. I used to like Walk. I used to until that comment. Now we're mortal enemies. That's all it took. Just one mention of Talcott and mortal enemies start happening.
The Talcottian way.
Ugh.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting because as you go through life, you observe things. You observe people. You observe people that are doing a particular thing. And people that are in a particular place in life tend to look like a particular type of person. If that makes sense. Not always.
Okay.
But like, for instance, you look at me. I have longer hair, it's getting there. Beard, but it's not unmanicured. The top is unmanicured, but the bottom is manicured. Obviously,
Right.
I'm speaking of my beard.
Right.
And people that are normally, from what I've seen, people that have more, not knowledge, but wisdom, tend to have longer hair.
Yeah.
At least when it comes to men. Now, that's not always the case. I've had long hair and I was a dumbass. Nevertheless, it's like you just bring upon yourself a certain persona, if that makes sense.
Well, and I kind of believe it. From what I understand, your hair is basically your antenna too.
Yep. When I had my long hair, the last time I had it, I used to have hair down to like my shoulders or so.
Yeah.
like a couple years ago. And there's a reason I'm growing it back out. You know, like, I miss it. I miss that connection.
Yeah. I think that kind of goes back to the story of, wasn't it Samson that had the long hair and had strength
Samson
from
and
it
Delilah.
until he cut it and then he lost.
Well,
his
it wasn't
strength.
strength. He had a
Something like
strength
that.
as a result of his long hair.
Right, that's what I was saying.
Right. It wasn't
And
the
then
hair
when
that
it-
was making him strong. It was a side effect.
Right.
The story of Samson, we really don't know too much about that whole story, but we do know a couple of things. Samson was like a leader. He was in the judge class, so he would have been a judge upon the people. And his connection with his hair is a representation, in my opinion, and I've heard this other places, it's a representation of his connection with the Most High. So much like the antenna, you know, in order to pick up the right signal, you have to tune in, and you also have to have an adequate antenna. There's two aspects to it.
Right.
You know, so you can have long hair and be oblivious, but if you tune in,
Right.
if you
Right.
use that antenna, if you run that dial, you know, everything changes when you start to be aware. Yesterday, after my day was done, I was almost home. I had just got off the exit, and I pulled to the gas station. I didn't have any half and half, so I grabbed some half and half. Well, as I was coming into the gas station, I noticed there was a car that was not parked quite right. If that makes sense. Like, it wasn't a parking spot, and it was kind of like just in a weird spot. And as I was in the store, I'm very observational. You know, I pay attention to my surroundings. I was paying attention to what was going on around the car. And there was a single gentleman, maybe a little bit heavy set-ish. Not really. In comparison to me, he was a larger man.
Right.
But he was
then
out
again,
talking
most
on a
people
cell
are.
phone. That's very true. I mean, 150 pounds soaking wet. There's a lot of people that are. I think my son might be getting heavier than I am. Nevertheless, I noticed him, and he was on the phone, and you could see that he was stressed. However, it wasn't a angry stress. It was, what the fuck am I gonna do now? So he asked the question, and I responded. I didn't hear him ask the question, but I knew the question was there. So I pulled up, or I paid for my creamer, and I jumped in the truck. I pulled up to him. I don't normally do this because of today's society, but he asked a question. He put the question out into the world, per se.
Right.
And I heard it, and I heard it clearly. And yesterday I had ended up helping a couple of people because, like I had said, we had 8 inches of snow, and the city didn't plow. Everybody was stuck. Everybody. And it was heavy snow. So it wasn't like when you got stuck, it was an easy, like, oh, we're good. No, it was like you dig people out, you let them get back up, then you dig the front of the car up, and then you figure out how to get it over to the curb so they can park it so that the snow can melt, because they're not going anywhere. You know, so on top of my normal work, I'm also out there shoveling people out. So I was like, well, this is just par for the course. So I stopped and I was talking to the guy, and well, apparently he's from St. Paul, which is where I was just at. So I'm still helping people from St. Paul at this point. Kind of coincidental to me, I see. However, in the storm, he had decided to be a dumbass and do some dumb shit to his motor and over rev it, basically, and his belt slipped. Well, he had no way to get the belt back on. You know, like the belt was there, everything was good, it just slipped off.
Right.
So he asked me to bring him up to the store to get him a part, a tensioner, the belt tensioner tool. And I kindly obliged. And, you know, I just look at that as that's our duty in society. You know, those that are wise will be wise because they do the things they do. And while it doesn't affect me whether they get to work or not, other than I'm late for work, the giving of wisdom, the giving of knowledge, the giving of ability, there's something to be said.
Most of those tensioners, you just need a ratchet to stick in the square hole.
Right.
Some of them actually have a torque, but most of them are designed to use with a ratchet.
And that's all well and good. I understand that. I've changed them and everything like that. Wasn't my deal. I can bring them up to the store, but I'm not bringing tools out. I'm not doing all of that. I mean, there's one aspect. I'll bring you to the store and back. If that man would have continued to ask for this, that, and the other thing, I was done. Like, I was done before. I was done at my second job. And there were like 20-something odd jobs after that. However, back to what I was saying with that is when you notice suffering and you soothe suffering, because that's really what it is. Suffering to me would be the lack of wisdom and understanding and knowledge, you know, and that right there, the knowledge of there's too much snow, you know, there's some things you just can't do, or you don't have the car to do. It's not that you can't do them, it's just you don't have the proper tools to do them. You know, and that's really, I guess in life, that's kind of my, I don't know if you want to call it a mantra or whatever, my Jack Talcottyism. You know, like for lack of better words, it's just really, I don't want to be sitting on the side of the road. I don't want to be stuck. I want somebody to stop by. So you've got to put it out there, and it comes back. I mean, that's why I do it. It's just a side effect, much like Samson's strength with his hair. You know, it's one of those things where the return far outweighs the investment. But you don't realize it unless you are tuned in at an antenna. You know, like, I don't know. I get all up in my feelers after I have a day of work. Hi, baby.
That's understandable.
It fucks with me. Fucks with me hard sometimes. There have definitely been days that you drive home delusional and then can't sleep.
Yeah,
it's great, let me tell you.
I've been that tired before. I've worked most of my life, you know, early mornings, but there was a part for 2 years I worked graveyard till 7 a.m. And that schedule alone was like, I couldn't get used to it because I've always been, you know, woke up early and went to bed early type thing. And it seemed like every time I tried to go to sleep, kids would be bouncing balls against the wall, or lawnmowers would be going, weed whackers would be going, and I'd go.
You're welcome.
I'd be going through a bunch of mental shit too, so my brain wouldn't shut off, and I went for like 6 months with like 2 hours of sleep a night. And after a while, my job's like, dude, you need to go home, and we don't want you coming back until you get some sleep.
Right. Well, I am the guy that tells you to go home and get yourself some sleep, and I don't do these things. So
Yeah.
When there's work to be done, we've got to do that work.
Us men can be stubborn sometimes. Yeah, definitely.
I don't even know if it's a stubbornness. I think it's more along the lines of just a tenacity to do what's right. You know, ultimately, in my opinion, we're born with all the wisdom and all the knowledge, and it's what we tune into that we get, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, so that means that your local community is part of it, your family, all of these things attribute to those memories of that wisdom.
Yeah.
My temple. Can you please elaborate on that? I understand that the temple is the body. And I understand that an antenna uses the whole structure from the very tip to the very end, including everything that it's built on. So I understand those concepts, and just please elaborate or come up on panel. There's a novel idea. That is a novel idea. It's lost in the sauce, you know, intention and wittiness. And look, I'm the wifey today.
Oh boy. Are you going with your feminine side this morning?
Told you I'm in my feelers.
Uh-oh.
It's not very deep in, but, you know.
I found out, and I happen to have some, and I'm starting to take it. Garlic is really good for what we were talking about the other day also.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Like I said, 9 times out of 10, you've already got the shit.
Yeah. So it shows that I am investigating, for lack of better words.
Well,
I got to take my vitamin stuff too.
You know, knowledge is much like you pick it up and you put it into the mouth, and you don't pick it up.
Yeah.
Against.
You're roboting big time.
Of course I am.
Water bottle.
Nah, the water's fucking toxic now. Just ask Shy.
Is that why it doesn't seem to be working as well as it used to?
Yep. Yep.
I see. So you're
toxic water.
So you're trying to say there is a method to their madness also?
Have you ever seen the experiment done on water with Buddhist monks?
I don't think so.
There was a Buddhist monk, and don't quote me on all of this because I'm just remembering parts and blips or whatever, but there was a gentleman that wanted to understand the effects of words on water. And he had this Buddhist monk bless some water out of the same dam. And one was a blessing of this, one was a blessing of that, the other thing, you know, love and joy and peace, all of these things. And then there was one where he said that he hated it and that he wanted it to die and all of these horrible things. Well, they flash froze the water, if I remember correctly, and they looked at the molecular structure under a magnifying glass, and they found different crystalline structures in the waters according to the words, and the one that he wanted to die was putrid. It didn't have any shape. It looked like bacteria, in my opinion. You know, obviously it wasn't bacteria, but it looked like that. And the reason I bring this up is because our words, and we were talking about this the other day on the phone, our words have the ability to manifest themselves within our lives to change the molecular structure of us.
Right.
Because it changes the molecular structure of the water.
Right. I don't remember seeing a thing about
You know, so
water,
when
but I have seen the same thing done with plants, with words and different types of music and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And I would think it would be the same effect upon water. Sorry, I'm getting the dog food and stuff. Feeding the damn animal.
Like, I guess I look at it.
Something.
You know, I just look at it where knowing something like that, where our words have the ability to change the structure, and obviously water forms to its vessel. You know, so it wasn't changed in its properties, but it was changed in the crystalline structure.
Right.
And it was based off of what word was intended, because it has to do with both intent and words. But they both kind of, to my understanding, they both have a place in the grand scheme of things. Because it's like, it's much like the antenna and the dial. You need both in order to hear anything. And you can do it with one and you can do it with the other, but it's not, if you just listen with the antenna, you don't have that dial, you can't go anywhere. But if you listen to, or if you run that, something up, because there's just enough of an antenna, you know, just in the around it. But you put those two things together, much like word and intent, all of a sudden you're building something because you're in tent. You're in a tent. Right. You had to build that tent. Does that make sense? Yeah, I could be fucking wrong. It's happened before.
Oh, once or twice, huh?
At least once or twice an hour for the past 40 plus years.
Damn it. I hate that when it happens.
Except when I'm sleeping, and that's just because I don't know for sure whether I was wrong or right.
Well, wouldn't sex be thrown in there too?
Hmm?
You said except when you're sleeping. You said except when you were sleeping. I said, well, wouldn't sex be thrown in there too?
Oh, no, I do that during waking hours.
Okay.
I definitely want to be, because I've got presence.
I wasn't trying to imply you were asleep while you were having sex.
Well, it's where we draw that line. Some people call bedtime, meaning you're in the bed. But if that's the case, bedtime's all fucking times of the day. So,
yes, some people.
Bedtime's 5 minutes in between. Right. And then you're in your playpen. You know, like, we all got words. Words have power.
What's funny too is your timeouts. Your timeouts can be very fun, or they can be very disappointing.
Oh, they're always fun. You just have to have the right attitude.
There you go.
See, Larry, what you got to realize is, you know, when they're talking about that kid, that naughty kid, yeah, that was me. So I spent a lot of time in timeout, and, well, you kind of get to know yourself.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny, it's like I can remember back when they first started using the paddles. The first paddles were, solid paddle or whatever. And then they decided, oh, well, we're not hurting these children enough, so we got to drill some holes in these paddles
Right.
to get a better
Right. Let's
swing
make
on
this
them.
more vicious.
Yeah.
Why not just add screws to it directly? You know, oh, fuck.
I had a teacher actually.
Make sure they're rusty.
I had a teacher actually punch me in the middle of class one day, and it was like junior high.
You know, don't get me wrong. I'm not an advocate for violence. However, there is not a teacher in the world that in 9th grade, if they would have punched me, that I would not have done everything in my power. 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, I was not the one to, like, I could be disciplined if I understood the merit in the discipline.
Yeah. Oh, this guy.
You know, but if I didn't understand the merit in, yeah, well, when I moved from the city to the country, I had a rather interesting experience where I kind of elbowed the gym teacher a couple of times. So I have no problem with these things. I didn't know it was the gym teacher, to my defense, but I ran a lot that year. I ran a lot that year, and thank God I moved from. It was weird because I went from junior high to senior high in Minnesota. And then I moved to Pennsylvania, and I went from senior high in Minnesota to junior high in Pennsylvania. And then after that year, I went back to senior high. So I've been to senior high twice and junior high twice.
Yeah. I got to take my dog outside. I'll be right back.
Oh, you bubbles.
Scout, buddy. Oh, it's nasty out there. Had to let the dog out. Whew. Hey, Bruce. Good to see you, bud. Holy shit. I guess I should have put my coat on.
A little chilly?
Yeah, and it's misting outside, and the rain's really cold.
Sun just came out here. I would probably assume that it's right around. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I guess it was good for me because it kind of woke my ass up. Yeah, it's 8:30 here.
You're a fucking time traveler.
There you go, telling on me again. I knew better to tell you half my secrets.
So I made the mistake of giving my kitten some half and half a while back.
Now she thinks she needs it all the time, huh?
Now she's an avid half and half drinker like I am a coffee drinker.
Funny how that works.
Here's one that's funny. So if you look at this one, see how big she is in comparison to my hand?
Yeah.
You look at this one, Same size cat, right?
Yeah.
This one, how old is she now? Like 4, 5, 6? She's like 6. The other one's like 7 months. Like 7, 8 months.
Yeah.
Which she's like double the size. My son got 2 kittens, one at his mom's and one in here. It's one of your shooter BBs thing. And his cat at his mom's is half the size of Willow. Maybe a little less. They're about the same age too. That's what I'm saying. Like, she's a grown ass cat.
Yeah.
That thinks she's a kitten. Because she is.
Right. Excuse me.
There's seeds.
Can have the rest of the A&W.
Okay, have the rest of the A&W.
Ruby.
Ruby.
I love my Ruby.
My kid's a root beer holic.
Ruby.
Root beer.
Larry's gonna share some root beer with you.
What
Birch beer is
kind of
way
root
better.
beer do you? Is it Birch or is it what brand?
This is A&W.
A&W.
Yeah. Have you ever had Birch beer?
Oh yeah, it's pretty good stuff.
Birch beer is like fucking the best kind of soda ever.
This comment towards you.
Have you ever watched? No, I have not. What is it about? If it's got Marvel superheroes, I probably won't watch it. No offense. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know there's a lot of good clips in those movies that tell a lot of what's going on. Nevertheless, I just don't get down with it. Like, X-Men, that was when I was like 10, 11. I'm a grown man. You're not going to see me with, like, Scooby-Doo on the shirt.
What?
I've never been that way. No, I never have.
There ain't nothing wrong with Scooby-Doo. That's it. I gotta hang on here.
I mean, I'm not saying that, like, for instance, your pants. That's not on you, though. You're not walking around a store advocating for a child's toy. You see what I'm saying? Like,
I had to give you shit.
Not to mention my business provides me a lot of my clothes. So I rep my own brand. So to put Scooby-Doo there is to remove my brand, so now that hasn't been my entire life. So I don't know. Maybe it's wrong, but about the craziest, wildest stuff that I have is I have a pair of pants that are mooses. They have mooses on them. And they're red with white mooses, and it's just a silhouette. So it's not like any specific moose. It's not Bullwinkle or anything. And I only wear those for pajamas. So you don't see me walking out into the public with that kind of stuff. I'm fairly boring. Normally, my clothes serve 2 functions at least. Like, if I'm going to take the time to carry something on my person, it's got to serve at least 2 functions. As stupid as that sounds.
And Walk said that they're old alchemy type stories.
Oh, that you hurt my interest there. I'll have to check those out. There's a guy on YouTube. His name's Jay Dreamers. I don't agree with everything that he's got to say, but he's got some really interesting theories. And when I say interesting, some of them are very far out there, but I've learned that out there is more in there than out there. So,
Yeah. Funny how that works.
but you're right. He does a lot of like truth in movies and stuff like that. And there's some like if you start watching movies for what they are, they're just spells. They're spells that we pay for, if you think about it. Because it's all in the land of fantasy. All of those movies, they all reside in a land of fantasy. That's why somebody can get jacked in the face like 38 times and still jump up and, save the fucking world. That shit, I'm sorry, but find me a Marine that can do that. Find me a Navy SEAL. There might be one or two, but it's not common. Boxing match, and there's less fight in a boxing match than there is in a movie in a fucking hour and a half. Meanwhile, the boxer walks out and he's taking a couple of days at least to recover in the winter. Like that shit hurts when you get fucking jacked up. That shit hurts and you aren't thinking clearly. Like, fuck, I just worked out for a couple of hours and I'm not thinking clearly. I can only imagine if somebody was punching me in my face and my stomach and, stabbing me a couple of times and my, internal organs, getting shot 3 or 4 times and still going, no, I'm sorry, no.
Yeah.
After the third bullet passes through and through, you are fucking bleeding out. There's not much choice you have. Other than maybe getting some tampons and plugging the hole. But that's hoping that it's a through and through and no internal organs were hit.
Right. Yeah, me and my oldest son, we used to watch this show. It was called Kung Fu Theater, and it was on every Sunday morning. And, the biggest problem with these Chinese Kung Fu flicks, either they're really good and pretty accurate, or they're very phony and very funny. And always... the ones where they were flying through the air for hundreds of feet with 20 swords out of them.
Running across nothing.
Yeah, running across nothing. Those ones were hard for me to watch. We usually would end up watching it because you could find some good stuff, in between it. But, yeah, all that flying through the air with 20 and 30 swords, I thought that was just funny as shit.
Or when the movie cover shows literally blacked out sky of arrows and the guy's just fine.
Yeah.
Like, come on now. You're taking 6 or 7 arrows and you're not getting back up. The thing about it is like, especially those older movies where they're using bows and arrows and clubs and swords and shit. No. If I hit you with a fucking mace, even with a metal helmet on, I'm cracking the helmet and your skull is gone.
Right.
One hit.
Or you would definitely be, well, it depends too on the mace and the man that's wielding it. But like you said, your helmet would be damaged and your bell would be definitely wrung, but you wouldn't be like, merely a flesh wound and your fucking arm's chopped off,
It's merely a flesh wound.
That shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like the Warhammers, for instance. Warhammers were designed to get into that armor.
Right.
Like, if you get hit with a Warhammer, you're gonna feel that shit. It might not be the first hit, but if I come across with a Warhammer to the side of your temple, and all you have is a little bit of steel, my steel's probably gonna be able to go through yours.
Right.
And then what are you gonna do with a Warhammer sticking out of your fucking head? Or even just the Warhammer, let's say I didn't hit the skin. but I lost my hammer. Now you've got a fucking hammer sticking out of you that's going to be a leverage point for everybody else.
Right.
You know, and then the whole concept of getting hit with an arrow versus getting hit with a bullet. I would much rather, if I had to make a choice, if it were an arrow or a bullet and there were no other choices, give me the bullet every fucking time.
Right.
Because with an arrow, it goes in, but it doesn't go through. It's designed to stick. Now you have arrows sticking out of you. So every time you move, that arrow moves on the other end, and it causes you excruciating pain. How the fuck are you going to fight a battle with 6 or 7 of those? And you got to be on some fucking meth or something. Like, seriously.
No, it's just they don't make them like they used to, Nubs. We're all about.
They never made them good.
Yeah.
They never. I mean, you think about it. What movie did you watch that absolutely changed your fucking life? None. There's not a movie out there. And if there is, well, I think you should question some shit.
Yeah.
You know, like, you don't see me running around Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. No. Now, like, movies like The Wolf of Wall Street and stuff like that, those are a different type of movies because that's kind of stuff that does happen. Because it's based on a true story. You know, or the other one that I love that they're doing now is they're making the movie and then they're making it into reality.
Yeah.
Like for instance, the Netflix special that they did about the train derailment in East Palestine approximately a year before there was a train derailment that happened identical to the movie. Interesting how that works. Almost like a precursor to what they're doing.
Well, plus we just got done watching, I can't remember the name of it, but in the movie, and you figure these movies take at least a year to make, they were talking about the exact same bank that went bankrupt here just a couple months ago, one of the first ones.
Right.
The exact same name,
Right.
exact same bank, exact same whatever. And it's like, well, how do they get this information years before it happens? And like I was saying before, as far as the coincidence goes, how many damn coincidences can we have?
Larry, you need to follow the planning. You need to trust the planning. They're very good at it. That's why we see the plan, but we see it after the fact. Yes, just trust the planning. Drink more soda, less water. Make sure your testosterone is extremely low and follow the planning.
Just be a zombie.
No. We want you cognitive. We just don't want you to actually think. We're going to tell you what we're going to have you think about, you know.
And I don't know about not wanting you to be a zombie with all this damn fentanyl and that horse tranquilizer shit. That shit's making people
No. How is it making them into it other than by their own personal choice? See, they want you to be able to make a personal choice because then it's by consent. And only by consent are you governed.
I understand that what you're saying, but what I'm saying is they're purposely putting stuff in these drugs to make us zombies and also to get rid of us, I think.
Let me ask you this, though, Larry. Let me ask you this. If you did not do meth, would you have a risk of getting fentanyl in your meth?
Right. No, I understand that. Wolf Lady says...
So it's only by consent.
Right.
Go ahead.
Wolf Lady says, I know personally you could take 3 bullets to the back and still run a quarter mile to the neighbor's house for help.
Okay, I'll give you that. Try 3 arrows. Ain't happening.
Yeah.
like I said, I'd rather take the bullet any day because you can run a quarter mile. And obviously, if it hits you in the back, there's definitely something to be said about the human body and how it's designed. If you take a gut shot and that shit rips through your kidney and, you know, maybe it clips your liver, well, now you've got internal damage, which you're not going to die from the bullet wound. You're going to die from all that shit leaking into your body because it's not supposed to leak there.
The thing is, too, is like you're saying, you got to think, you know, the bullet is the size, let's say, of a pencil, and an arrow is the size of, you know, could be a couple inches. So, of course, a couple inches is going to do more damage than a pencil would, even though the force of a bullet could be greater.
And the thing about an arrow is you can change the tip depending on what you're looking to do. You know, if you have ever noticed that in mine or in my my archery, my crossbow and stuff, first off, there's a couple of arrows that are just simply like you're able to slide them back out.
Right.
But if I go through that many arrows, if I go through those first 2 and you're able to slide them out and you're still coming at me, the next ones, yeah, you're not pulling those out. They're going in like a razor blade and they're sticking. And then I'm going to utilize every point in which I have a connection to the inside. You know, like I'm going to hit that intentionally.
Yeah.
Hopefully I'll never have to use that thing. Honestly, it would be a better world if I never had to. See, in that case, you're dealing with another set of chemicals, Wolf Lady. That's a whole different set of chemicals, because now you've got mama bear reaction. And I'm not saying you're a bear. I'm saying that a mother has the ability to go above and beyond, even beyond a father, because of the way that humans are made up. The molecular structure of our fucking head allows us to do these things. So you have the mama bear aspect, but you also have the adrenaline of having children that you need to take care of because they're more important than you are. So even if you make it and you die, at least they're safe. And that, to me, that is definitely where that kind of tenacity comes from. And I do agree that when we are put in high stress situations, you either make or break. Absolutely. But for some of these movies, after getting ass handed to you for 45 minutes by 7 guys, getting shot 3 times, and one of them, you know, internal, no. And then after that one goes internal, they fight on top of that? No, you're not going to take a gut shot with a left hook after getting a bullet to your gut without collapsing out of sheer agony. Like, there is not a cure for that.
Or these ones.
I don't know. Maybe I'm talking out of...
No, I've been in a lot of situations myself, so I can relate to some of these fallacies, like you can get hit upside the head with a bat and just like act like nothing happened. You know,
right. You're not walking away from that. If I'm hitting you with the bat.
Yeah.
Or a table leg. Yeah. You know, honestly, growing up in Minneapolis and whatnot, I realized that the most deadly weapons were the shit around your fucking house. It wasn't gunshot wounds. It was table leg beatings. It was stabbings. It was anything that I can grab. I'm gonna fuck you up. Like, Grab me a Tonka truck. Let's do this.
That's like back, when I was younger, we had a lot of that racial shit going around, and I believe they wanted us to be at war, but
of course,
you never back then. You never really seen people bring guns to those gang or racial wars, whatever you want to call them. It was always like you said, table legs or maybe a chain or small knives.
Yep,
Nothing
a
like
chain is a very, very efficient weapon that will fuck somebody up.
It wasn't like
especially if you know how to use it.
It wasn't like he had samurai swords and machine guns and none of that shit ever popped up. And that it went on for, I'd say, probably 8 years. Every day.
It was a decade.
Every day there was a fight outside on this big grass field. And one side would be all black people, and the other side would be all white people. I never joined in, never did it. I thought it was stupid, but...
Well, here's the thing, Larry. What they tell you is they tell you that slaves came from Africa and it was all white people.
Right,
Nobody does the research.
Right.
Do you know what the word Swarty means?
What means?
Swarty or ruddy. It has to do with the color of one's skin. Ruddy or brunette is also something they used to say about somebody's skin, not about their hair. It wasn't, I wouldn't be a brunette with this hair. This is what matters. I'm not brunette.
Right.
And if you know those 3 words and then you start looking at the record of history, like when Christopher Columbus's men himself gave a description of the man, they said he was swarty. Well, if he's swarty, then he doesn't look like me. But if I tell you he looks like me, then I can create an agenda and have all these race wars happen. Because now it's the white versus the black.
Right.
In actuality, America was founded from people, and when I say founded, I mean like there were already people here. They already knew about them. They just followed fucking maps. And they knew where they were going because they had an intent when they got there. Christopher Columbus, by his own words, there's something loosely to the effect of, I'm going to Mount Zion to conquer the people of Prester John. Well, that's King David. What the fuck was he doing? He knew exactly what the fuck he was doing. Not only that, but the Spanish Inquisition was on his fucking heels because he was not of Catholic descent. As well as the Moorish Empire falling in Spain in 1492, and then Christopher leaving Spain in 1492. And I say Christopher not correctly. That wasn't even his name. It was Christos Columbus. And actually, there's more evidence that was a company name and not his personal name, or like a family name type thing.
Right.
But if you don't know those words of swarty, like for instance, King James, the King James Bible, did he look like me or did he look like Shy?
I'm not sure.
Well, let's look at what his son was named. His son was named by nickname, the Little Black Boy. Okay. I would assume that based off of the records and the actual paintings and stuff, where he is depicted with brunette skin and having a child named Little Black Boy, I would assume that he was not of the spectrum that I am, more so along the lines of Shy. which brings account to the European monarchy. Most of them were of swarty skin color for many, 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 many years.
Right.
But we don't do that research because then that means the colonizers were not you and me. And that means that the race wars won't be able to happen because nobody can hate anybody when it's your own. Oh, wait, is it your own? You get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Little do you know.
And they ran with it.
Little do you know you're
Right,
fighting against your cousin, your uncle, your nephew. But they want you to believe
Your
that you're
family.
different. Yeah.
Right. Not my family, your family. Your family done fucked you up. I had nothing to do with it. In fact, when my people came over from Europe, they actually came as indentured servants, all but like 2 or 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
That
too
means
much
they worked.
about
What that means is they worked. They worked for their passage.
Right.
There was a movie once, it was called 7 Years a Slave. That's talking about indentured servitude. Because basically you sign 7 years away of your life, and then, if I remember correctly, it's based off of the year of Jubilee in the Jewish calendar or the Hebrew calendar, where all debts are satisfied and your captives are set free or something along those lines. But ultimately, when you sign, all right, I'm going to give you my passage, or you're going to give me the passage, I'm going to give you labor. That's how most of the American people came to America.
Right.
And the people that were already here got wrapped up in the sauce. Because if you look at the actual etymologies of the words and you look at where they came from and everything like that, the reason that I say Shai is probably not African descent is because I kind of know a little bit of the history. And I know that the native or the indigenous populations were Swarty. And I also know that the whole concept of the out of Africa theory is still a theory. But what I do know is the Swarty Irish, they had transports just like described. So maybe they transported Irish and said African, but the people that were here already were definitely of Swarty descent. So, if you have to go overseas and risk your life, limb, and prosperity to go get slaves, to bring them back in hopes that they make it, or go out your back door and say, you, and you come with me. If you don't, I'm going to shoot you and your family and take your land. You get what, the story just doesn't make up. Fresh versus seasoned all the time.
All the same.
Or all the same. What? Oh, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah. And what I'm saying is my opinion. It's not fact, but it's based off of fact. And when I'm saying fact, that means that I'm looking at the firsthand account of these stories. I'm not taking Larry's word on what happened to Columbus.
Damn you.
I know. It's crazy that, much like the Bible, everybody talks about the infallibility of the Bible. Well, if you look at, just look at it in general, you'll see that those men were not, they're stories of people that were not fucking there. So it's secondhand information, would never be admissible in the court. Not only that, but who let it out? if the powers that be don't, if Kim Jong-un doesn't want somebody to leave his country, nobody leaves his fucking country. And if he doesn't want the Bible there, then the Bible doesn't get there. And if it does, there's consequences. Like, the story just doesn't fucking make sense. But the Pizos made a lot of fucking money on it.
Yeah.
You know, the aristocrats made a lot of fucking money on it. And what did it do? It stopped the Hebrew people from following the Most High because they broke their commandment. And if you read Psalm 98, it talks about that covenant, or not commandment, covenant. And there again, Psalm 98, that covenant is forever. If you break your own shit, that's on you. It's like the meth that I was talking about. If you never do meth, you'll never have to really worry about fentanyl in your meth because you aren't doing meth.
Imagine that. Reality. What a concept.
Well, I would say that Jack definitely had one thing right. We do loop. We are looping. But it's not looping back to the same point. I look at reality much like a movie reel. I've mentioned that before. But that way we always come back to the same place, but it's at a different spot.
Yeah.
You know, it's all the same place. It's all continuous loop and loop and loop, and it gets tighter and tighter and tighter and stresses, and yeah, it's all the same fucking shit.
Well,
same shit, different pile.
More or less, from what I understand, everything's a circle. And what's a circle do? It connects with itself. So
life is a circle.
Right.
Yep. Anyways, I've got shit I need to get done. Plus, my phone just went to 5%, so it'll be dying in about 3 minutes max. So it has been a pleasure, Larry.
As always. Hey, but don't forget one thing. You gotta not forget one thing here.
What's that?
Don't let the door hit you in the ass.
There's not an ass there. I'd break the fucking door. It's like a hatchet.
There you go. All right, man. Have a great day, and I'm sure we'll talk to you later. Take care.
Peace out.
Can't do nothing but. All right. Anybody want to pick a topic or what? I'm thinking I might end this here pretty soon. I got stuff I should take care of. Nothing else. We'll be here tomorrow, same time, same bat channel. No doubt about it. All right, then. I guess everybody have a great day, and thank you all for your participation. For everybody that came to our show today for the coffee hour, which is usually longer than an hour. But anyway, y'all take care. Have a great day and a better tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same bat channel. Bye.